When AI gets an innocent man arrested. Lock in.
So, very, very peculiar. Peppermill has this pretty sophisticated artificial intelligence software that analyzes faces of previous trespassers, and they get a 100% match on this guy who, whenever they trespassed him before, presented an ID that had a different name. They look like the same exact guy.
I am not Mike. I don't know nothing about Mike.
So either he is who he says he is, and he's not have ever actually trespassed, which I doubt because their software is pretty cool. And
their software is pretty cool. Software's pretty cool. You know, Mike probably has a fake ID that says he's a different guy. He's probably putting on this whole facade so he could trespass in this building again.
The fact that he's acting super suspicious. I'll be 100% honest.
He's acting super suspicious. He's acting how any person would, under the presumption that you're getting trespassed for something you didn't, or you're getting trespassed when you didn't. You're getting accused for a crime that you didn't commit. Yes, you're probably going to be a little fucking angry or, you know, I guess rejecting, defensive. You're being a little suspicious. You're being a little defensive. Maybe because he didn't fucking do it.
Could legitimately be you have a doppelganger running around.
Well, unless I've gone crazy, I'm pretty sure it's not me.
Nightmare
Oh my God, they actually brought him to jail. Dude, he's probably going to sue the shit out of these people.
Reality at a Reno, Nevada casino when AI facial recognition technology misidentifies someone, leading to a wrongful arrest and lands an innocent man behind bars.
I don't want to say that this is good for him, because this sucks. Like, this shouldn't happen to anybody. But isn't he going to get an absolute bag? Like, I don't see how he's not going to make millions of dollars off of this fucking casino or whatever that trespassed him, because they illegally detained him off of AI and brought him to jail.
What good is the ID?
And he showed identification, right? He proved he was who he says he is, and they still just arrested him.
Then why do I even carry that mother?
The following is based on official police records, and the footage has never been seen before until now. Please.
I don't understand why they can't just scan his ID. Don't cops have that, like, in the system? It'd be different if he had a fake ID of a person that didn't exist. You know, they're like, this, hey, here's my ID. They scan it, it bounces. And they're like, this isn't a real person. Versus him literally being, like, he's like, dude, I'm not Mike. This is who I am. And they scan it, and they're like, oh, yeah, no, that's you.
Note that all persons charged with a crime are presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law. On September 17, 2023, the Peppermill Casino calls the Reno Police Department to report that a trespasser has unlawfully returned to the casino. They report that they have the man in custody, but he's claiming...
Yeah, I don't think it really helps that AI is scanning images of this guy in 240p. Like, he has a very regular white guy look. You know, I don't think AI, a very sophisticated AI system,
to go by an entirely different name than the man they've previously trespassed. Officer Richard Jagger arrived.
White guy in a black shirt. ChatGPT, 100% match. 100% match. That's him.
Arrives at the casino at 5:48 a.m.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
How you doing?
What?
Oh, thank God you're here.
The man declaring his relief at the sight of the officer is 40-year-old Jason Killinger, who is accused of...
Oh my God, no! And he's happy the cop's there because the fucking casino security fucking detained him. So he's just been sitting in the back room like, oh, thank fuck, the cops are here.
Trespassing at the Peppermill Casino.
So,
oh my God.
what's going on?
So we got this red alert, prior trespasser,
Okay.
and we made contact with him, arrested him, and he claimed that wasn't him. And
What does my
so
name
we're just
say?
trying to.
If they have him trespassed, shouldn't they have, like, I mean, I don't know if they're legally allowed to do this at a casino, but if they're trespassing somebody, shouldn't they have fingerprints of him? And then they would just see that it's not him?
Get you guys to make fun claim if it's with him or not.
So what's the issue, you guys? Did he have a different driver's license or a secondary one, or has he got more property than just this one?
I
It's just that, those effects right there, and that's it.
1 second, pal.
But no other forms of identification. Things in his pocket.
You guys ran this information through our dispatch?
Through your guys' dispatch?
Couldn't the casino run his ID and see that it's a real ID? Wait, what? When you gamble and they ask for your ID, they'll put it into a machine that fucking scans your ID. And so I feel like I don't understand why they couldn't just scan this guy's ID and be like, no, that's real. Like, it's not a fake. Like, even bars have that. Not all bars, but like club bars that have bouncers. Like, they just scan your ID.
No.
Fakes can scan, though? Yeah, fakes can scan when you're 19 trying to fucking get into a bar and drink because you're a teenager. What fucking 45-year-old man is getting a fake so he could go to a fucking Peppermill casino? Like, what?
But after hours, comes back as that being who he says he is.
So he's saying he ran it, and we ran it, and it's saying he's not the guy that we trespassed, but it's weird because the AI's saying it isn't.
It's on his ID, but that's what we went off right there.
Yeah, and this is one of those things, you guys have this fancy software that does all this stuff, so it's like...
Officer, what's your name?
1 second, man.
A few months earlier, a man named Michael had been trespassed from the casino for
They do look eerily similar. They do look eerily similar.
sleeping on the premises.
All right, man.
Maybe, I don't know. Oh, they look so similar. Fuck.
So this is who you are?
There's probably a million people that look like that. That's what I'm saying, bro. Isn't there a type of face that you interact with on a daily basis that's like so common? And I'm not saying like, oh, you have a common face, but like, dude, old people, like an old white man wearing a hat. There's dude, you could think of a guy, like, think of that face. There's probably a million people that look like that. Like, side by side, you'd be like, are you twins?
On the premises.
All right, man. So this is who you are?
Yes. What, Miss Jagger is your first name or last name?
Last name.
All right, Mr. Jagger. Yes, that is who I am. I drive the semis for UPS. I am not Mike. I don't know nothing about Mike. I'm a craps player here. Look, there's my socks for UPS. Can you please, you got a gun here. Will you please take me out of these cuffs? My shoulders are killing me.
You're going to sit there for a minute, man. So, when he gave you this information, did you guys verify it against an ID, or how does that work?
So, in that report there's an ID on there as well, and we can show you that one.
Okay.
Jason, a long combination vehicle driver, had been playing craps until about 3 a.m. when he decided to leave the Peppermill and go to the Atlantis casino. On his way out, he stopped at a blackjack machine and started playing. There, he was approached by a security guard who addressed him as Mike. When Jason clarified that he was not Mike and presented the guard with his driver's license, the guard apologized and walked away.
Should have been it. Yo, are you Mike? No. Can I see your ID? Regular security's allowed to ask for your ID at a casino. Give him the ID. Oh, okay, sorry. Walks away.
However,
how does it keep going?
Jason attempted to leave, he was surrounded by security guards and handcuffed. He was told that he was under arrest for trespassing.
I just need a break. My shoulders are killing me.
What do you think the actual Mike got trespassed for? Just being like belligerent, like getting too drunk at the casino?
So that's the ID that he presented.
Oh, it said sleeping? Sleeping? You get trespassed for falling asleep? I go to Atlantic City, and there are people that actually piss themselves at the slot machine and keep playing. But if you fall asleep, like a homeless guy?
Hey, look in the nose.
Yeah. Huh. Weird. Very weird. Right, let me snap a picture of that. I'll run both names.
The casino's AI facial recognition software positively identified.
Nah, actually, when you do look at it again, this guy's skull is wider.
Jason as Michael, the man they had trespassed.
Let me step out this way I get better reception.
Yeah. The only thing that was weird is that we'll have to, lift him up and see how tall he is.
Yeah.
It's
They didn't measure his height to see.
because that says he's 5'9", and that says 6'1".
Oh my God. I mean, why did they even call the cops? I feel like that is 5'9" and 6'1". What? I'd be like, yo, let's just measure me. The guy's 5'9". I'm not 5'9".
This isn't the only difference between Michael and Jason's IDs.
All right, now that I'm seeing both of their IDs, they look nothing alike. Like, these are clearly two different people. Oh my God.
Jason is listed as 7 years younger than Michael.
He has blue eyes. He's 7 years younger. He's fucking, 4 inches taller and 50 pounds more.
And says that he weighs 50 pounds more. As well, the signatures are different. In his report, Officer Jagger wrote, quote, "The associated demographics on each driver's license were fairly similar, with the only major distinction being hazel and blue eyes, which are by their very nature similar eye colors and are dependent upon lighting."
And the pictures are
Imagine Jagger goes to the guy, he's like, "You get that leg lengthening surgery, boy? So you put on a few pounds, change your eye color. You're wearing fucking contacts, aren't you? I bet you fucking got that metal rod shoved in your fucking leg. That's why you're 6'1", just so you could come back to the pepper mill, eh?
very, I mean, the nose.
You want to keep playing fucking craps? I bet your dumb ass wants to. I bet you have plans to fall asleep here again.
And then we have
Call you a little napper.
our new system, our new facial recognition system, and that's what it's telling us. Is it's telling us that it's looking at it, and it's doing that. And then there was another one that came up when he was at the RTRK, which is one of our better cameras. This is right before we arrested him. We looked at it and said, that's him.
99.8%. Dude, from the imagery, it does look like him.
And it came up
100%. Okay.
100% match.
Yeah. So the software's saying it, that it's legit.
Right. And it's
So he
pretty damn accurate.
So either he presented a fake
AI from 2023? I feel like AI from 2023 was not that good.
identification the first time, or he's presented.
When was like the Will Smith video where it was like he was eating spaghetti and it looked really bad?
It now, even
I
if
feel like that was like 2022, 2023.
he had a twin, it wouldn't be
That was
100.
not 2020. AI did not exist. Like AI in the way that like AI generative video AI, that was not a thing in 2020.
100% on the facial, right?
I wouldn't think so, but I don't know, because they say twins share DNA.
Facial recognition, not generative AI. Yeah, well, I'm just saying like the scaling of AI in general.
Right?
But
Well,
like
I guess it depends upon if they're
like
identical.
I've seen identical twins where it's like moms can tell them apart.
Right.
So it's,
I mean, are these two people fucking stupid? He has an entirely different first and obviously different first name. He has an entirely different last name. Why are they saying they're fucking identical twins?
The thing that kind of made us feel suspicious, or
Yeah.
us managers, was right after our officers made contact and they saw the ID that he's presenting today.
Uh-huh.
And they're like, okay, it's not the same guy. He immediately gets up and starts cashing out, like running for the door. I'm like, okay, if it really wasn't him, why is he running for
why
the
is he
door?
getting ready to leave?
Jason
Probably vibe killer. He was gonna leave anyway, playing a little bit. That might be like a gambler sign to leave. Genuinely. You're at a casino, bro. People take signs to leave and gamble or stay or go to another table. Bro, like a dime could fall on the floor and they'd be like, that's a sign. I got to bet it all on 10. You know? Some shit. You know, the security guard walks up to him. Hey, man, what's your ID? I'm probably going to call it a night anyway.
would later explain that earlier that
Fucking
night,
3 in the morning.
he played at the Legends Bay Casino, the Nugget Casino, and the El Dorado Casino before
Yo, okay, this guy's a gambler. This guy went to 4 casinos in one day.
arriving at the Pepper Mill around 11:30 p.m. He
God damn.
claimed that each time he was up $200, he would move on to a new casino. And
Nah, that's a fucking strategy, though. Because it forces you to pull out. Like, you don't keep going. Wow.
just before his arrest,
So he's up $800.
he had made $200. He also estimated that prior to the 16th, he had gambled hundreds of times at the Pepper Mill without incident. After speaking with the Pepper Mill employee, Officer Jagger calls to check the police records.
Yo, I wish I had that mentality, bro. Because there's been so many times where I am up at a casino and I keep gambling and then I lose it all. Like, if you have a hard set, this guy has a hard set limit that he leaves. Wow. And then it's like a refresh, new area. If you lose it, all right, you're even, whatever. Versus like, dude, if I pull up with like $500, I'm not leaving unless I'm up like $2,000. Like, bro, because I'm like, yo, I'm not walking out of the casino up $100. If I come in with 5 and I'm up 100, what a lame ass fuck it. I leave the casino, yeah, really cashed out big today. Really ran them for their money. I profited 1/5 of what I came in with.
I have a
I gotta be up double
precarious situation.
of what they currently make. If they just go, if they fucking ship off to Iceland and start fucking lifting stones.
Us in our makeshift strongman gym that our moms let us set up in the backyard. Now, short term, I do see the talent pool of strongman expanding to capture more people that are in this category. However,
Honestly, they have to make strongman more mainstream, and that would make the records shatter. Like, I love watching strongmen, but I would say strongmen is not a mainstream sport. It's a worldwide sport, but it's like nobody watches strongmen. Like, there are people that do, but it's not something that's like, oh shit, there's a strongman competition. Like, I gotta take off to go fucking see that.
if we're going to consider man-made fiddling, then we have to consider that it's not an astonishing proposition that in the near future, tall parents are probably going to engage in some genetic selection to make sure that they have taller children. And we've already seen
We were just talking about that.
guys desperate to meet the unrealistic standards of women in the online dating pool go under surgery to crack their legs in half and extend
Dumbest shit ever, too. Reduces mobility so much. It's like, I think the idea of like leg lengthening surgery is just such a stupid idea.
them 3 to 6 inches to make them considerably taller. Given the enormous amount of PEDs that state-sponsored sports programs give their young athletes and the fact that they seem to have no qualms with playing God, there is no reason to think that in the near future we are not going to see young Chinese weightlifters in wheelchairs while their femurs heal in service of producing a master race of gold medalist Olympians.
I don't know. It's really the problem with like strongmen too is they have to take steroids. Like, if you're competing in the world's strongest man, you're not winning unless you are on steroids. Like, they're crazy strong to begin with. They would be guys that are deadlifting 700 pounds plus natural, right? Like, Hafthor Bjornsson is huge regardless. But for him to get big enough and strong enough to be somebody that's lifting 1,100 pounds, you have to. Why? Because it speeds up their growth, their recovery. It speeds up how much ATP they have and how much they can expenditure, their stamina, everything. Right? But it's going to kill them when they're younger. And you see this in guys like, this isn't really strongmen, but like Ronnie Coleman, for example, is like one of the most known bodybuilders of all time. Lifted like crazy, like, you know, you could argue the form and like back surgeries and everything, but he was like one of the biggest bodybuilders of all time. And like kind of cited as like one of the best, I guess, open pros that there were. He can't even fucking walk now. Like, so it's just like, it's hard to even get guys that have the natural potential to want to do this because the downsides are like dying young, being paralyzed, like, just for the straight up feat of, you know, lifting the heaviest weight. It's like hard to convince people to do that.
The average person, oddly enough, has an ape index of 1, meaning their reach is about the same as their height. But if you want...
Really? I would assume most people have longer... I have longer arms than my height. Like, my wingspan is probably like 2 inches more than how tall I am. NBA players are much longer.
As their height. But if you want to be able to comfortably wrap around 400-pound sandbags and lock deadlifts out on your kneecaps, then you need a build that is actually more similar to swimmers, climbers, and MMA fighters. Michael Phelps is reported to have an ape index over 1.05. John Jones and heavyweight Sergey Pavlovich both have ape indexes that are on the order of 1.1. And at the far extreme, you have Stuart Jamieson, who deadlifted 286 at 60 kilograms. Because
286 at 60 kilograms. Why are his arms just extremely fucking long?
as is evident here, torsos just get in the way. Even if taller people tend to have a higher ape index, the odds that we get a 7-footer with a John Jones-like wingspan is...
Yeah, doesn't John Jones have like a 7-foot wingspan, but he's like 6'6"? No, John Jones is 6'4", John Jones wingspan. John Jones is 6'4" with a 7'1" wingspan. Oh my God. He could probably touch his kneecaps standing upright. He is 6'7"? No, I don't think he is. It says he's 6'4".
Going to be about 1 in a billion. Now you might think that's a long shot until our doc here puts his online biomechanics degree to use. Now you might be crying, but what about my overhead press? In strongman, that's not really much of a concern. Overhead pressing is 1 out of 5 to 7 events typically, and the biggest pressers in the sport haven't typically had very short arms. Hathor was actually one of the best pressers because sheer brute mass is such a big driver of pressing.
Oh yeah, his arms are longer. He has a bigger range of motion, but he also has more potential for muscle to be on his arms.
Strength more so than just leverages. And that brings us to the next important piece. We've got our frame. What about the materials? There is one mammoth of a mutation that gives immediately more muscle mass, more muscle fibers, and more strength to anybody who happens to possess it. When the MSTN gene is
3 balls. Oh.
completely knocked out, you get 60 to 100% more muscle mass and 50 to 70% more absolute force production. Now, while we've seen this in mice, we've seen it in cattle, we've even seen it in breeds of dogs, it is extremely rare in people.
Oh my God. Is that a greyhound?
The one case study that we have is a child that was born in Germany in 2004.
Brother! I mean, thank fuck they blurred it, but still.
Okay, so far we've got selective breeding to guarantee our guy's going to be over 7 feet
All right, so he's saying there's a mutation that you could have that increases muscle growth potential. Bro, that was like a fucking picture from the 1920s.
tall. We got the limbs cracked and reset, and we genetically edited.
Yo, editor, fucking full blur that shit, too. He blurred it, but I feel like he could have fucking blurred that so much more. I know he was trying to show the leg muscles, but still.
This freak so that they are just double muscled like crazy. Yeah, I think he's ready. Let's see what we
It's called the Hercules gene. Eddie has it.
got here. Oh no. Who could have saw that coming? I wonder if God also feels like he's in a permanent game of whack-a-mole. Grab some more duct tape, we're not done. You don't need genetic modification or a time machine to go back and swap out your parents in order to get jacked. You just need a proven training template and the means to personalize it to you.
Is this an ad?
If we want bones and tendons durable enough to handle the immense forces that we're going to put our boy under.
Was that an ad?
It's on autopilot. Forces that were
Fuck!
We want bones and tendons durable enough to handle the immense forces that we're going to put our boy under. We can't just crank up bone production. Just like with giantism and even PED use, the geometry of the tissues gets all messed up. So even though there's more of it, it's actually weaker. It's kind of like using more steel to build a bridge shittily. Now there's a handful of genes that can show improvement here.
That's what I do in Polybridge. It works every time.
You have the COL5A1 rigid variant. You have the TNC variant, which shows enhanced adaptation under load. And you have the LOX variant that increases stiffness 20 to 30%. Now, since we're just picking genetic types like they're paint swatches at Home Depot, we might as well grab a few for insertion depth as well. The further down...
Bro, but here's the thing. Like, you ever made a guy like this? He's not going into strongman. He's joining the fucking NFL. He's going to be a fucking O-lineman or a linebacker. He's going to be a fucking monster. And he's just going to hold fucking 4 guys back at once because he's going to be fucking 450, not even fat. You probably get him like 500 pounds plus. And he's just going to fucking stand there and they're not even going to be able to move him.
A tendon inserts, the greater leverage it has on that limb. So the same amount of muscular contraction is just going to lift more weight. But when you take that out to the extremes, the top 2 to 3% of the population, they may have a 40 to 50% difference in lever advantage. If you're looking at a freak of pound for pound strength and they don't have obvious leverage advantages on the lifts, it's highly likely that the advantages are hidden in tendon insertions. Apply this to the immense amount of mass that our boy's 7.5-foot frame is capable of holding, and we've got a recipe for some truly alien shit. But now we're at the point where we have to ask if the bones will even be able to handle this amount of force.
Yeah, he picks up a 2,000-pound weight and he just fucking he literally shatters his femur. that's like what creators don't do that I hate. Because it's like, how the hell are you going to stream to 30,000 active people and then post one YouTube video a month? Like, you're just not, like, why are you not, like, posting? I just don't get it. Like, they have the money, they have the editors, like, just make a video. Like, you don't even have to do the work. Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, I think you care way more about YouTube than Twitch, which obviously I think you should. Like, I mean, YouTube is just a better platform to actually create content on, because chat, think about it like this. If you're streaming, like, the only people who can actually consume the stream content are the people who are actually in your live stream at that exact time. When you post on YouTube, it is literally a library. Like, you can put it's like putting, every time you post a YouTube video, you're putting a book into the library. Joe, before I went live today, literally 30 minutes before I went live today, I was watching your video on your philosophy channel called How Many True Friends Do You Really Have? And the video's over a year old, but every time you post a video, it's like putting a book into a library. So I think every streamer should care more about YouTube.
Well, and you got to think too, bro. You see a lot of these streamers that want to make a bag. And streaming is an active job. You only make money if you are live. If you're on YouTube, you can make, you watching that video made me 1/3 of a penny from a year ago, which isn't a lot, but like over the course of, years, and, you get 10K, 20K views, like, it's passive income. And I hate, like, spieling that because I sound like a tech bro that's like buy my course, but like, that's what it is. Like, if you have a YouTube, people are able to watch it from years ago.
No, exactly, bro, exactly. Like, also, majority of the people who look at it like this, like, let's say you're not home or whatever, like, and you get home from work or whatever, and like, you have 30, 40 minutes to yourself before you go to sleep, like, you can watch a YouTube video. Like, you can always watch a YouTube video. You can't always watch a stream.
Well, that's why you build a bigger audience. You build a way bigger audience on YouTube, because it's like, not everybody could tap into a stream at a specific time. Whereas you might have people that, like, Jinxie, you're I would say a lot larger. I'm bigger on YouTube than I am on Twitch. I would say you're bigger on Twitch than you are on YouTube, but your YouTube's growing pretty quickly. Like, you probably have people that watch you on YouTube and never watch any of your streams.
Yep.
Like, and that's what you kind of need, in a sense, to like just be like, that's just what, so like, you being on YouTube is just better. It just is. Like, I'm not trying to diss streaming, but like, streaming is fun for YouTube content because it's interactive, it makes the video better. But it's like, just raw streaming, I just don't understand. Like, when people stream, they don't have any other socials.
Also, the whole concept that I kind of look at it is, like, think of Twitch as like a lake. Like, there's a lot of people that use Twitch, like, for sure. Twitch has a lot of users. If you compare it to fucking YouTube is literally an ocean. Like, everyone uses YouTube. Not everybody has Twitch, but everyone has YouTube. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, YouTube's like bigger. I think at this point, YouTube might already be larger, but I'm going to have the take that I think YouTube in the next 5-10 years is probably going to be the biggest streaming platform outside of Netflix, HBO, Hulu, and all of them combined by far. It might already be that, but like, YouTube is it's just better. Like, if you're somebody that, even from a money perspective, like, yes, you could watch cool shows on fucking Netflix and shit, but it's like, bro, YouTube, like, you could just doom scroll YouTube for days and just find people that you fuck with and just watch their stuff. I also think their recommendation system's better. The one thing I don't like about Twitch, and I feel bad for smaller streamers, is it's fucking impossible. I mean, you knew this because you were streaming for fucking 3 years before you got an audience. It's impossible to fucking grow on YouTube Raw. Or not YouTube, on Twitch Raw. Like, if you're not getting clipped, the odds that you blow up is like 0.0000001%, even if you're the best streamer of all time, because nobody's going to fucking find you scrolling 90 pages down on a specific game category, because you're not going to get recommended.
Yeah. Yeah, you can actually be like an incredible streamer and have 5 viewers. Bro, most of the big streamers, like, not all, like, for example, Joe, you were huge on TikTok before you started streaming on Twitch. Queso was big on TikTok before he started streaming on Twitch, like, a lot.
No, Queso blew up on TikTok simultaneously. Did you watch that, bro? You should watch that video about Queso.
No, I know. I just mean like like Queso he blew up because he was streaming and posting his TikToks.
Yes,
But, like,
that enabled him
Queso-
to grow.
Queso got an audience because he had like explosive clips. Like he had the best clips for like when he was a tiny streamer. You know what I mean? Like he just had huge clips. So like without TikTok and without attaching yourself to a niche, like if you're not like the best player at your game or one of the best players at your game and you're not using TikTok, like I don't even know if it's possible to like blow up as a streamer. Like I actually
No, I agree, and I think if you want to stream, like people always ask, I mean, you probably get asked this shit too, like advice for streaming. I always say you have to be cross-platform posting. The odds of blowing up is really low, but you still have to be consistent to even have a chance. And then, like, I think I got lucky during COVID as well, right? Because that's when, like, people were able to, like, start streaming. The one thing that I wanted to say, though, was if you're going live and you're posting cross-platform, that is giving you the best odds. Oh, my God. What was I just going to say? What the fuck were you just saying? I just lost my train of thought. Oh, my God. How hard the discovery is on Twitch. Yeah, weed
We were talking
brain's
about how, like,
activating
TikTok-
right now.
Yeah. But my opinion is like the realistic way to be a streamer, like the actual realistic way, which is still unrealistic.
Yeah.
But like not everybody's going to be I show speed, bro. Like that's not real. That's
Oh, I
not
remember what
possible.
I was going to say. I remember what I was going to say.
Oh, go now. I don't want
Okay.
you to forget.
Yeah, before the weed brain leaves again. Yo.
Wait, you smoked?
No. I'm not high right now. But
Okay.
I was gonna say, if the people that stream like low competitive gameplay, they're not personality streamers. They don't want to blow up being entertaining. They want to blow up playing like Valorant, but they're hard stuck gold too. No one is watching that shit. That's the problem. And like, I don't want to be a dick when I say that because I'm also shit at video games. But I'm not sitting here going, oh, people are watching for my fucking plat Rocket League gameplay. Like, nobody wants to see that. Like,
Dude, when I started streaming on my Jinxie account was like 2019. I streamed before that on like multiple other accounts. Like I had an account called I Sweat Games. I showed my chat. I was like a sophomore in high school. I didn't even hit puberty yet. And I would sit there and play Fortnite, just silently, not even talking. And I was like, I wonder, like, I was terrible at Fortnite. I was playing on Xbox. I was awful at the game. I was barely talking. And I'm like, why is this not working? You know what I mean? And I feel like a lot of people have that mindset. But I think the realistic way to be a streamer, like to be a full-time streamer and have it be a job, is like you have to attach yourself to a niche.
oh my God, yes.
Yes, because that's how I got to like 80 viewers. I had to attach myself to a niche and get really fucking good at a video game. You know what I mean?
Bro, example, Squeaks, Super Mario speedrunning. Like, if you're able to build an audience to 100 viewers doing something, have them fuck with you, then you're able to just transition to other shit. Like, you did R6, I did Rocket League and Minecraft. I only played Rocket League and Minecraft every day for like 6 months. If you look at my Twitch tracker, I had an audience. I finally switched to variety, lost like 30-40% of my viewers. But then I was able to build it up slowly. Like, I used to just play the same 2 games every day.
Dude, I did not know, Joe, I did not know you were a dedicated Rocket League streamer. I knew you liked Fortnite a lot.
Bro, I would go
I
live
didn't know
for
that.
like 3 hours. This is when it was my freshman year in college. It was COVID, and I was like, fuck it, I'll just try streaming. I would go live for like 2 hours every day, and that's it. And I would just doom queue Rocket League. And I would shout it out, and I would be like, come follow my Twitch. It was rough.
Rocket League is the greatest game ever, though, to play like off stream and just blast music. Like, I actually love Rocket League.
Oh, it's like, I mean, it's just muscle memory. Like, you could kind of be mindless. It's active to learn it and then mindless to play outside of it. That's what I do with like Marvel Rivals. I'll play that shit off stream, and it's just like you could just mindlessly play that game. Like once you know what you're doing.
I don't even know how we got even to this topic.
We got sidetracked. It was a bit of a podcast segment just now.
Yeah, we did get sidetracked, but it was good. It was a good segue. Wait, so Joe, do you have your finalized list or no?
Bro, I don't really think I could do a top 20 right now finalized list. I feel like that's a half-assed. Like, I think I could do, realistically, top 20 streamers of all time. Like, that's easier for me.
Easier.
It's
So
a
much
lot. It's a lot easier. Like, it seems like it'd be harder, but there's just locks, you know? Like, top 20 streamers all time, you're going Tyler 1, you're going Ninja, you're going Summit. Like, there's people that just make the list
Who is
definitively.
your Mount Rushmore of streamers, Joe?
So 4 picks.
You have 4 picks, and like
My
it can be
personal
based off
4.
whatever. Yeah.
I have to go Ninja, just because he was the first streamer I ever watched. And I remember being sophomore year in high school, I was watching YouTube videos and streams of Ninja getting like 50 kill solo squad games. Like, he's on there. I'm also going to throw Summit, if I'm being real. OG kind of started streaming space, has basically been streaming 12 hours a day, 15 hours a day, every day for the last fucking 9-10 years. Like, that guy's dedicated. I'm going to throw Speed on that list because I think he is a top streamer all time and top streamer right now. And I'm going to finalize it out with somebody that a lot of people probably would disagree with. I'm going to say Ludwig because he got me into modern streaming. I used to watch his Pogo Stuck gameplays, and I think he paved a lot of current gaming challenges that people do today, like Bro v Bro and other shit.
Also, Ludwig like catapulted the whole subathon concept, but he actually did like the original subathon, because like the whole concept of a subathon is you don't end the stream until the donation stops. So like Ludwig was live for like, chat, how long was it?
30. It was a month. It was 1 month. He cut it.
It was 1 month. Okay. But like he kept going because like he kept getting subs, which is, I thought that concept was so fucking cool.
No, and it didn't feel like a begathon. He wanted to get off by like day 20. And it was like, okay, fine, I'll stick out a month. And it was like, I'll get it done. Because he had already passed the goal, or he had already passed the record. And then it was like he went another 10 days or some shit. So, yeah, it didn't feel... I don't know. I think subathons today kind of lost their oomph that they had. I think subathons used to feel like a big community involvement, and it was like a cool event to basically be able to tune into your favorite streamer any day, any time of the day for like a month, and they'd be live. And now, like, most subathons just feel like, hey, we're going to have like 1 million goals at like fucking 30K subs. I'll shave my head for $300,000. It's like, bro, that's not a reasonable goal.
Yeah.
You shave your head and your eyebrows when you lose a Rocket League game.
Yeah. I also don't think, I don't know if I'd ever want to do a subathon. Like, I don't know if I'd ever want to be on camera 24/7. Like that.
No, that would suck. It would fucking
like,
suck.
I like having some personal life. You know what I mean? Sounds shitty, bro.
All right. Well, I gotta go play a horror game. I'm sorry if I took up too much of your time. I just wanted to share
No, it's fun. It was fun, bro.
All right. Well, I'll see you tomorrow for. Did you tell your chat about the?
Yep, I told him.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'll see you tomorrow, buddy.
All right, bro. I'll see you tomorrow, Joe. Peace.
Yep. Catch you. W Jinxie, bro. I love that motherfucker. Genetics of the strongest possible human. 1 in 10 quadrillion. I don't even know what that is.
What are the limits of human strength, and what does that limit look like?
Half Thor Julius Bjornsson. Do you think there's ever going to be... There has to be. Do you think there's a limit that we're going to hit where, like, world records just cease to be broken? Like the Usain Bolts and Half Thor Bjornssons that break the deadlift world record and the 100-meter. It's just all fucking washed. You know, like, maybe once every 30 years some guy beats it, but, like, the 100-meter would be beaten by, like, 0.01, 0.02, you know? Which is still big in, like, the 100-meter sense, especially world record-wise. But, like, I feel like there's going to be a full cap. Like, eventually people will stop being as strong or as powerful as they previously were. But, like, I genuinely believe, like, Half Thor is, like, a limit to, like, strength, at least. It's, like, 7 feet tall, 400 pounds. I'm like, how much bigger can you get as a person?
Strength means a lot of things to a lot of different people. To an arm wrestler, it looks like this. To a powerlifter, it looks like this. And in China, it might even look like this.
Was that a guy swinging something from his nutsack?
So to make sure that we're all on the same page, let's go ahead and narrow it down. We're going to use the sport of strongman, which is arguably the most well-rounded strength sport in existence. We're going to look at the absolute genetic limits of human performance and ask what is required to push those limits forward. And in the process, we're going...
I always wonder if, like, a lot of those pro athletes specifically try to, like, I don't want to use the word mate, but, like, have kids with somebody that's also, like, a genetic, like, I don't want to say freak either, but, like, somebody that's, you know, just a monster of their sport. Like, because you see a lot of these, no, genuinely, you see a lot of these strong men, and they're, like, 7 feet tall, 400 pounds, and, like, they could most definitely have a kid that's way stronger than them, but I feel like they kind of 50-50 their odds, because, like, all of those top strongmen marry, like, 4'10", like non in the sports women.
Push those limits forward. And in the process, we're going to build the perfect strongman.
That's what Yao Ming did. What, he, like, purposely wanted to have a kid with somebody that he thought would be able to, like, combine with his genetics to make somebody that's, like, a super athlete. I feel like that's a little weird, though, you know? Like, I kind of respect the just going off of love more, because you're Brian, you're fucking, oh my God, what is his name? Brian Shaw. You're Brian Shaw, you know, it's like fucked up if you're Brian Shaw's kid and they're like, yeah, we don't actually love each other. We just wanted to have a fucking sports monster. And that's you. You're not supposed to do anything in your life outside of lift big rock, because that's what we made. That's what we did. We wanted crazy genetics for, no, like, that's fucked. But that's what you would have to do to have somebody that's like the peak in genetics.
Now, we all think of muscle as the biggest and most important aspect of strength, and while it is certainly important, your frame is going to determine what your baseline potential is. It determines how much muscle you can hold and how efficient you're going to be when you actually go to use it. If you take a squat or a bench press, the most optimized build is going to be the ever sought after Chad Dachshund build. Most of your height is going to be in your torso.
Yeah, I felt like the best bench build is to have really short arms, where your bench is just like, and that's like a full rep.
Most of your height is going to be in your torsos, and your legs are going to look like little malformed nubs. Now,
what the fuck?
Hyper-optimized Hobbit builds have broken the sports of powerlifting and Olympic weightlifting. This actually isn't very useful in day-to-day life. It turns out that the perfect strongman build is going to be two things. Tall.
Just big as fuck. That's what, is there actually a perfect strongman build? I feel like it's just be like 7 feet tall and 450 pounds.
And apey. Tall because it's
tall and apey. Tall and apey, like big, like long arms. Like, they're tall and also have very long limbs.
Easier to load to high platforms when the platform is at your belly button. It also gives you a longer stride for moving events, and it potentiates more mass. I know many of you are already feverishly typing pound for pound in the comments, but stop and think for a minute. If you had to ride a bird, you wouldn't pass up the ostrich because a roadrunner has a higher dot score. We're talking about limits, and that means maxing out the things that push those limits further, and with strength, that means being big. Capiche? So those prototypes in strongman have already existed with Hafthor Bjornsson, Brian Shaw, Tom Stoltman, all men that are 6'8" or taller and weigh on the order of 200 kilos at their peak. Now, height is distributed
200 fucking kilograms, chat. You can't get bigger than that and reasonably be able to fill that frame. You know what I mean? Like, genetics are the strongest possible human. When you see guys that are like above 7 feet, like NBA players, even ones that are bigger, like, a lot of the time they don't fill out because they're more lanky because they're just fucking so tall. And even when you're like this big, dude, everyday life, like, yeah, you could have the genetically most strongest possible human there. They're not going to be able to fucking do anything. They can't fit in cars. They can't go on planes. They can't fucking fit through door frames. Everything needs to be custom built. They have to order their shoes online from a fucking factory directly, where they're going to have some guy fucking sew his shoes for him. Wembanyama, bro. Wemby is he's not like lanky how other NBA players are. How old is Victor Wembanyama? Or not old, tall. 7'4". He's big. Like, honestly, chat, he's thin, but he's like pretty jacked for somebody of his height. Like, but that's what I'm saying. This guy's 7'4". He would never be 450 pounds. Like, he has the tall, thin build. He's not 7'4", he's 7'7". It said he was 7'4". Is he really 7'7"? No, it says he's 7'4". He's not officially 7'7". He's officially set as 7'4" for the San Antonio Spurs. Anyways, either way, like, when you're above 7 feet tall, like, you just can't fill out your body. It's hard. Even if, I mean, these guys are on fucking copious amounts of steroids. So, you know, you could put that into part of the process. But
a bell curve.
He's still growing. Does he have Marfan syndrome?
In the population, there are going to be a lot of people centered around the average global height of 5'7.5" for men. And every inch increase in height becomes exponentially more rare. Be sure to remember this in the event that you see my wife on the street so that you can remind her that her husband is in fact a tall man. The physical stature of the giants and strongman is very rare indeed. 6'9" is estimated to be 1 in 50,000 people. And to push that limit a bit,
7'1" is 1 in hundreds of millions. That's why I always love the statistic that if you know somebody that's 7 feet tall, there's like a 1 in 10 chance they're in the NBA right now. Not even like a previous NBA player. If you know somebody that's 7 feet tall, there's like literally a 10% chance they're currently in the NBA, like playing in the NBA.
You're 7 feet, you're looking at 1 in 10 million. So if you're mapping out the genetic blueprint of this perfect strongman, you might just look at the pituitary gland and think, I'm just going to supercharge that sucker. We're going to infuse all of the gigantism that we can into this specimen. This fetus is going to be flooded with...
But there's a level of mobility reduction to where they're not going to be able to lift things either. Like, you still need some level of speed and agility for strongmen and strength in general. Like, when you see guys that are over like 7'5" run, dude, it's like watching like literally a stick figure try to like sprint. Like, they can't cut like most people do. And that's why there's so much coaching for like Wembanyama. He has so much coaching for mobility and how he's able to move. That's why he's such a good player, because most guys that are his height can't move the way he does.
More growth hormone than a deceased IFBB pro, and we're going to make sure this thing makes Andre the Giant look like a pipsqueak. Now, there is a problem with taking these genetic shortcuts. The flood of hormones that results in this egregious amount of growth tends to lead to wonky bone growth, leading to things like scoliosis. You end up with nerve problems from the bones impeding on the actual nerves and blood vessels. And even though the muscles themselves are technically bigger, they're not structurally sound. The flood of hormones can actually lead to something called acromegalic myopathy, and it's muscle weakness due to the growth hormone induced metabolic and structural changes. And it's actually not uncommon for changes in joint mechanics to cause instability, especially in the knees, shoulders, and ankles. You got Andre the Giant, who is 7'4", was using braces and canes by his 30s. And colleagues in the WWF recalled that he could no longer lift opponents by the late 1980s, even though
he also, though, was an anomaly of a man that was that tall and also fucking jacked. Him and, who's the other guy that's really tall? He's in the longest yard, still alive. He wasn't jacked. Who am I thinking of? Also, yeah, he was. Yes, he was jacked. Jacked not meaning like ripped, like jacked meaning huge, like strong. Yeah, Great Khali was jacked. That's who I'm thinking of. Like, bro. This guy was fucking shredded. Actually, though. Great Khali is like more our era of WWE. He was a fucking monster, dude. Like, in a good way. Like, fucking Great Khali height. He's 7'1", and he was fucking height and weight in prime. He was 7'1" and 420 pounds.
He was a monster. And Andre wasn't even that tall. Consider Robert Wadlow, who was a record 8'11" tall. I mean, we're not even...
Wait, what? This guy was 9 feet tall? And he was able to walk?
Even in the human species anymore. He couldn't walk without leg braces, he had no sensation in his feet and lower legs, and he suffered repeated infections from the braces, which led to sepsis and his death at the age of 22. Okay, so...
Dude, he was 8'11" at 22 years old.
Maybe we should leave the pituitary gland alone. We can get a very tall person just by waiting for an extreme outlier in the general population. We've had a 7-footer represented in the World's Strongest Man winner pool in the form of Ted Vanderpart. We can also consider giants in the NBA like Shaquille O'Neal, who obviously had the capacity for incredible size and strength. Maybe one day more NBA players will wisen up, and instead of chasing silly things like $1 million contracts, they'll join.
Yeah, they'll start picking up rocks for fucking whey protein sponsors. They'll make one fucking thousand for you. Now Forrest Galante's handling me.
And you can tell because of the big fat at the base of the tail here. See all that fat? That means he's eating tons of these turtles and frogs and all these various things that we're finding because he's storing all that fat. So he's gonna go back, heal up. They have an incredible immune system, these crocodilians. Put them in the water. We'll keep going. Such cool animals. I love crocodilians. There's few creatures in the world that I appreciate more than a crocodilian. And while this is a deadly predator, it's not the one we're looking for, and it's certainly not the deadliest in the Americas. So we're gonna let this little guy go.
Bro, he just taking it too. That's the bad thing, bro. I mean, yo, you're literally top dog in your jungle, bro, and you just got a dude holding you. Like,
the one we're looking for, and it's certainly not the deadliest in the Americas. So we're gonna let this little guy go back in the water, keep looking for our target species. So there he goes.
There's only 3 hours left, and I still haven't found the America's deadliest animal. I need to start heading out of the jungle.
So long night of walking through the jungle, but no sign of the big predator that I thought would actually be one of the easiest things to find. Sun's gonna be up in about an hour, and we'll keep going until the sun comes up. For now, we'll keep going through the jungle and keep trying.
And just as the sun rises and our final moments tick by, I spot something beside the trail.
Come here, look at this. Holy shit. Tommy, come in here.
I think they found this early on, put it at the end of the video.
Holy shit. Look at the sun.
Like most YouTube filming, it's like he probably found this pretty quickly, and then it's like, oh, this is the coolest thing.
Size of that fertilizer. That is a monster. Listen, it's gonna be really hard to get the snake out. He's in a really tough spot.
He's really good at YouTube, man. Like, I'm not trying to glaze it, but it's like a lot of these guys that are, you know, in this fucking animal conservation space, like, don't know how content works. And he's, like, really, like, TV-ifying this fucking, like, content, which is awesome.
Come on, buddy. That's a big snake. This is going to be really hard to do without getting bitten. I'm worried about not getting bitten and trying to get this. Look at that snake. Holy shit. Look at that. Look at that. That is a monster fertilance. A very, very dangerous snake. He's already in strike position. He's going to start striking at me for sure. Watch out, watch out, watch out. Okay, I got him. Look at that. Oh
my God.
Look at that.
What is it? What is it? Is it poisonous? Is it poisonous? That's what I'm freaking out about.
That is a monster fertilance. That is the most dangerous snake in the Americas right there because of that incredible cryptic camouflage that he has.
Holy shit! Do we have anti-venom? Do we have anti-venom on us or something? Like, why are we so fucking confident right now? I just can't.
Now, let's see if I can pin him. Oh, come on, buddy. Whoa, did you see how close my hand was to his head? That was super dangerous. Holy smokes. This is the biggest fertilance I've ever seen. Look at the size of that pit viper right there. That is an insane animal. Let's see if I can slow him down for a sec. Okay, there we go. I got him. Look at that. Holy smokes. Look at that. Holy crap. Oh, don't like that. He's nearly getting me there. Oh, smokes. That is a huge fertilance. America's deadliest
Here's the scariest thing for me is if, like, I was ever holding a snake like this, I would be worried for when I let it go, it's going to attack me. Like, I feel like I would swing and throw it. Like, if I, you know, like, that would be, the play would be, like, throw it 30 yards away and then run. Because it's like, the second you put it down, I'm like, oh, it's just going to bite me.
Predator. Now, don't be fooled by this guy seeming to be pretty chill. If he were to reach around and get me, that's it for me. I am undeniably going to lose a limb. These guys have a highly toxic venom that if it gets you, if it bites you, say on the leg or on the arm, that skin, that flesh is going to rot away until you lose that limb or...
Brother. And he was like, oh, and like jumping out of the way. Like, bro, no urgency. I'd be like, I feel like I'd be wearing like chainmail armor right now, walking through this fucking jungle. Like, I would be head to toe, like Kevlar. I'd be like bulletproof, everything. You're not, like, I don't want anything biting me.
Goes gangrenous and it gets infected and you die. And the reason that these guys bite hundreds of people a year, and I mean hundreds, and dozens die, is because of how you saw them standing like that. Now imagine there was a log down on this trail and that guy was curled up on the other side of that log and one of us had stepped over and landed on him. That's it. Those fangs are through your shoe, through your sock, into your leg. You're hours from hospital care. And that's it, you're in huge trouble. So here he is, a magnificent creature, and look how beautiful he is. I mean, you can... This is dangerous. This is really incredible how stunning and spectacular this snake is to see. But there you go. That is it, the Fer-de-Lance. Oh, I don't like that. Holy shit, that's close. Don't like that one bit. Come here, buddy. We're gonna go back to the hook. Not worth the risk to do that anymore. We did it, we saw it.
Oh, fuck. Distract him with the piss. Distract him with the weird piss poop combo. Oh my god, wait, the snake's a genius. Let me pee on his leg and then he's gonna fucking be distracted. I'm gonna bite him.
Even saw the fangs came out there. And what's
Bro, just leave him. Just leave him. Huh. Just leave him.
Cool. So these guys oftentimes are primarily frog eaters. So that liquid that you see right there, that is a super stinky liquid that they excrete as a
yeah, now it's all over your leg.
Secondary defense after biting. So that's what that is right there.
Oh, wait, that wasn't piss? That was like a defense spray. Bro got skunked on.
He's pooped it all over my leg. He's pooped it here. But he is locked on, being super aggressive, super dangerous snake. And that's it, guys. We've done it. We've come. We have found the America's deadliest predator. He's in my hands right here, and he's an absolute monster. So we're gonna...
Yeah, maybe, bro. Maybe, honestly, he did film this in order.
Put him back in the log. Let him go on his way before something bad happens. And we did it. I hope you liked this video. Comment and subscribe. Let me know.
That was a really fucking entertaining video. Like, I think Forrest is like, bro, he's doing the YouTube game right, man. That was fucking awesome. Oh, yeah, and he just has the thumbnail. He has the Mr. Beast thumbnails, bro. He's got it. Look at this shit. He's getting millions of views, bro. He's pulling way more than me. 3 million a video, like, averagely, on, like, old shit. That's crazy. All right. Yo, lock in, chat. Next video. North Korea has gambling?
Of the intranet. It's also on this phone. Really surprising to see. If we look past the logo that is very clearly just an NBC ripoff, this is online gambling, with even the option for sports betting, as well as just...
What fucking sport are you gonna bet on? North Korean sports?
A pretty hefty catalog of video content that you can download.
Oh my god, how much are you gonna bet that shit's fucking rigged to the gills? Oh my god. Betting on a fucking North Korean football match, and you fucking throw like $5,000 on some shit, they're like, just lose. Just lose. I go, okay.
Download onto the phones. But you can also see that the North Korean government's influence permeates every layer of this. Even the types of movies available. I couldn't find one from the US or South Korea, but Russian movies? Loads of them. Remember, the criteria here is not which movies does the North Korean population like the most, it's which movies does the regime want the population to watch. And so it makes sense that it's all filled with Russian content, since Russia is one of North Korea's closest political allies. And Russian ideologies line up very closely to North Korean ones. There's also, weirdly...
Yeah, but it's Russian ideologies, but it's not just Russian film. What's that one movie where they use real bullets that was a Russian film that we watched? Come and see. I'm telling you right now, the North Korean people do not have access to Come and See. That's like an anti-war like movie about how horrible it is for people, and it ruins lives, families, and fucking everything. Yeah, no shot in hell they'd have that.
A bunch
They have access to Russian films that are pre-approved.
of Indian movies, including ones that I've seen before, like Three Idiots. The link between North Korea and India isn't as clear-cut, but the guys from Daily NK have a theory that Indian culture hits a bit of a sweet spot. It's kind of different enough to seem exotic and interesting to North Koreans,
but they won't want it.
but while still not posing a threat to their culture.
Yeah, it's not gonna make them want to change their own culture
In the way that Western content does. And then there's just a whole load of apps that feel not just guided by the government, but directly requested by them. Like this one is entirely biographies of past and current North Korean rulers. Something else I've never seen before is a general guidance app, which is split into 4 categories: laws, regulations, a legal dictionary, and then common sense, which really is exactly what it sounds.
You imagine you're doing some sketchy shit on your fucking North Korean iPhone, and like out of nowhere you just get a fucking phone call and it's just Kim Jong-un's face. It's like John Pork, but worse.
Like it's so strange. It's like
way worse.
How should we legally understand the family? Who are relatives? Can't relatives marry? I wonder if the idea is giving.
Wait, what?
Legally understand really is exactly what it sounds like. It's so strange. It's like, how should we legally understand the family? Who are relatives? Can't relatives marry? I wonder if the idea is giving every single person the same set of ideologies and learnings, and even there's like a humor section here, so that they affect.
Yeah, it says something about same-sex marriage. I'm assuming North Korea doesn't like gay people.
Effectively become the same person to squash individuality. There's even a cooking app which guides you through how to make traditional North Korean cuisine. And all of these more official looking apps, they open by first showing you a famous quote from one of their leaders, which so feels like something you'd see on the loading screen of a dystopian video game, but this is real life. And then there's also just a ton of games to play.
Oh my god, ton of games to play. This shit looks like it was made by ChatGPT yesterday. That looked like some shit I would have played in like 2008.
Most of them feel pretty simple, with a big emphasis on offline play, which is true for the whole phone experience. It's actually wild how much we've been able to show and do, and that's all no doubt because the internet situation in North Korea is so sketchy. So crazy amount of stuff on both of these phones. But there's a very good reason for that. See, getting new apps is not as easy for North Koreans as it is for us. They have an app store. You can download apps on your own, but, and I can't actually quite wrap my head around how this is the reality, you can't open those apps until you've taken your phone to an in-person store where they will authorize them for use and download the necessary back-end data for them to function. And believe it or not...
What? So if you want to download an app to use it, you have to basically redo like a background check at like a physical fucking phone store for them to like give you access to play fucking Flappy Bird.
There's an extra wrinkle that comes with this. Your apps in North Korea expire. So this one here is telling me it's right.
Oh my god, you have to get renewed access to use an app. Oh my god. Do you have to pay? Is that money?
Run out, and is basically asking if I want to pay for 6 months or for 12 months for a bit of a discount. Effectively making
Oh my god! Don't let EA get their hands on this. Don't let EA get their fucking hands on this. North Korea's charging people to use an app. They have a paid subscription service for like a fucking free thing. Like just a regular app you would use on your phone.
Free app, a paid subscription. Even ones you would not expect to be, like the laws of North Korea. Bearing in mind, North Korea is one of the poorest countries in the world, with its national income per person being just 3.4% of that of South Korea.
Then how are they buying phones? This has to be solely restricted towards like the top 5% of North Koreans. Like, I could see the average not the average North Korean. I could see like a middle, like not middle class. I want to say the median North Korean individual by income having like a pager where they have like a phone that like is so restricted. It's basically just like a flip phone where they can call like 4 people. And it's like how they talk to their boss, or like if the government needs to send them a message or something. Like, I could see that, but I feel like this is just not, no one has this.
Concept of being able to sustain a large library of apps is a luxury that very few will be able to afford. And that's assuming you...
Oh my God, imagine you have to pay to use settings. Sorry, your settings subscription expired. You have to pay us $40 to use the settings app.
You can even afford the phone.
But we already uninstalled it because you didn't pay for it. So now you need to go in person to get settings reinstalled. You didn't pay to use the App Store, so you can't download apps. You need to pay us to be able to use the app to apps to get the App Store. Well, here's the real conundrum. The App Store app got deleted off your phone. So even if you did go in person, you wouldn't be able to reinstall it because they can't re-download the App Store. You just should have paid for it. So your phone's basically a brick. You're going to need to buy a new one.
Did find a way to sideload your apps without going to a physical store for that authorization, or if you found a way to get around the app expiration system, which we realized...
Do you think you have any North Korean viewers? No. We're 16 minutes into this video, and you just asked whether or not... You think they have YouTube?
As you could temporarily do just by changing the date on your phone to an earlier one. There's a very important reason...
Wait, you could jailbreak the phone? Huh?
That's assuming you can even afford the phone in the first place. Now, even if you did find a way to sideload your apps without going to a physical store for that authorization, or if you found a way to get around the app expiration system, which we realize you could temporarily do just by changing the date on your phone to an earlier one, there's a very important reason
I would be fucking mortified to do that as a North Korean citizen. My God. No, I'm fucking following the rule book by the fucking book, dude. Oh my God. You have a North Korean iPhone, you're like, oh, they want me to pay to reuse this. What if I just change it back a year and redo my subscription? You just hear your phone just starts going, I'd chuck it in a river.
Why you might not want to try that in North Korea. And it's called Red Flag. Red Flag is an underlying layer of surveillance software that appears on all phones sold in North Korea. We know it exists because we can see the effects of it, and I'm told older versions used to be really easy to see and get around, but in these newer phones, Red Flag is now baked into the lowest level of the Android software, making it almost untraceable and impenetrable. Plus, it blocks off developer settings, which you can normally unlock by tapping this build number several times, meaning that it stops you figuring out what is really going on behind the scenes. But the idea of Red Flag is to persistently make sure that what you're doing on your phone is legitimate. So every file, every app, every photo that you take has a digital signature, a record that signals to the phone
you
where...
start fucking snapping pictures of your butthole, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God, dude. There's just one guy at a big fucking he's at like a fucking huge monitor screen in North Korea, just like monitoring everybody's phones. He's just like, dude, what's this one guy doing?
That file originated from.
Holy fuck.
Red Flag makes sure that
they like come flag you down. You're like, dude, I don't know. I thought I had like an abscess or something.
the only files or apps that can be opened on these phones are either ones with the North Korean government signature or a self-signature, which is files that originate from the phone itself, like photos from your camera. Anything else originating from anyone else won't have an approved signature, and so will not open. It'll just get automatically deleted by the software when it's sent to one of these phones. Now,
oh, so you're not in trouble, it'll just remove it.
That doesn't seem to have stopped people from trying to get unauthorized content to work. There was an extensive report from Martin Williams and Niklaus Scheiss, which goes into how some would try to skirt the system by opening foreign files via the phone's web browser. But now that the signature checks are happening on a deeper device level, it can pick those up. It doesn't work. Or there was a Daily NK report last year that mentioned while North Koreans couldn't store outside videos on their phones, they could insert SD cards containing the material into their phones instead. However, there is one final, very sinister surveillance feature, clearly designed to deter any attempts at this. These devices, both of them, will take periodic screenshots as you're using them. You don't...
I thought that was the red flag thing. What the fuck? Am I stupid? That's what I thought he was just talking about. Like that it was just showing times and you couldn't click on it. Isn't that what it is?
See these screenshots being taken in the same way that you'd expect to. But you know it's happening because I can actually show you the folder where they're being stored. I can see this has actually been taking screenshots today while I've been recording this video. The frequency of the shots seems to vary, but it's many times per day. And the most alarming part.
Yeah, that is very... Do you think it's on a random timer or what? Because it was like an hour and a half, like a day. Oh, wait, no. I'm looking at it backwards. Wait, am I? I feel like this isn't organized. It looks like it could take it every like 10 minutes or every 5 hours.
Many times per day. And the most alarming part of it is all you can do is look. You can't click on them. You can't check them. You can't delete them. Now, whether the phones are sending those grabs over the intranet to the government continuously, or if they're just used when an official has doubts about you and wants to specifically confirm their suspicions, it's anyone's guess. But would you want to risk it in North Korea? Based on accounts from people who've escaped, this is a country which, since at least 2020, has had a law that spells out distributing and even just watching South Korean entertainment is punishable by death. People who distribute...
Bro, watching like Squid Games, it would give you would get the death penalty. Watching Squid Games, they would kill you. Like, that is a crime that not like you're a serial killer that murdered fucking 15 people. No, sorry, you watched an anime. Now you die, and your family's getting thrown in a camp.
This content are tried alongside drug criminals. It's considered the same tier of crime, which says a lot about the priorities of the regime. So it really feels like every part of these devices, from the words you're allowed to type to the videos you're allowed to watch, are designed to reinforce a single narrative. North Korea is superior, foreign influence is dangerous, and everything you do is being watched. It makes me very grateful for how easy tech is made for the rest of us.
Is this an ad? It's an ad. Yo, I was gonna say, that's wild, though, that they're charging $1,000 still. Like, they're charging the price of an iPhone for something that does 1/30th of what an iPhone does. Anyways, that was a fun video to watch. Next. He's like, if you're in Switzerland, I think they speak like 3 or 4 languages as like official languages, but having 12 languages is in one part of Indonesia alone. Somebody said translators, but like that's just inefficient on a day-to-day basis. Like, you got to be interacting in a workplace. I'm not saying like a workplace like you're at an office job, but I'm saying like you're in a society. Like, you have to communicate with people that you don't understand.
But maybe 1 or 2 words kind of similar.
So with the older generation, they just kind of speak the local language.
Yeah.
But the younger ones can speak.
Yeah, they speak Bahasa because they go to school. That's that person from.
Oh, so the younger generation is kind of learning like an individual language that they're all able to communicate with.
Outside, so yeah.
A woman named Rambu Kamba was married to Umbu Dula. He went out to sea and he never came back. She thought he was dead. So she married another guy from a rival tribe. And I think you see where this is going already. When Umbadula returned, his wife was gone. So he's pissed and war breaks out. And Rambu Kaba, she's caught in between the 2 tribes. She's grief-stricken from all the death and she throws herself off the cliffs into the ocean. Instead of dying though, she becomes Nyale, these sea worms. And because she was gone, the tribes stopped warring. Instead, it became symbolic, this ritualistic war. This one battle every year when the Nyale come. When she comes back, they hold one pasola, they settle everything on the field, and the rest of the year is off the table. And as kitschy as that story sounds, for centuries, kind of seems like it worked. One day of war.
No, it kind of seems like it works, but I'm going to have the... No, it definitely... It does make sense, and it's symbolic now, and it keeps peace between the different tribes that speak different languages. The only thing that, like, my brain is immediately popping up is, like, that's kind of reminiscent of, like, The Purge. Not in the sense of, like, all crimes legal, but they're having, like, violence one day a year to prevent violence outside of that one day. It's on a much lower. This is a more realistic, though, right? It's like the Purge is a fictitious embodiment of like, oh, you could just do anything and it's fine. Whereas this is like, there's still rules. It's just like, hey, this is our fight for the year.
But that is starting to change.
And they say it's from alcohol.
Alcohol is the problem.
Yes, alcohol is the main problem. It's the worst. They connect the worst thing. Yeah.
Oh, perselisihan sehari-hari itu doang bawa di purung.
They're like looking for the fight. They're like football hooligans. You see, things are starting to change here. Alcohol is becoming a massive problem. So there's some problems with like alcohol and drugs coming into it.
Alcohol and drugs coming into the event or Indonesia in general?
There's alcohol, it's mostly alcohol.
So there's some alcohol problems.
And also the problems, they have like the personal problems, outside of the Pasola.
So people are bringing their beef from outside of Pasola into Pasola. But usually the Marapu is upheld. Usually the Ratu are taken seriously and people listen. And usually it gets contained on the field. Usually.
Now, they don't believe Ratu at all. So even Ratu say, please don't make a crowd and throwing rocks. They're not gonna believe that. Even sometimes they're throwing rocks to Ratu.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh. And this is where the Ratu just aren't enough anymore. Police have to physically move in. But what happens when a sacred war stops becoming sacred? It's like a fake war, so you can pretty easily see how it's...
Yeah, I feel like it's starting to make things worse, no? Like, they're kind of talking about problems in this area where people are getting too drunk and fighting instead of letting the tradition take its place. And I feel like now, instead of, like, it being violence and the rest of the year being normal, it's now, like, sparking more feuds in this day than it's solving.
Starts to turn into, like, a real war. If you've ever done any sparring, Muay Thai, boxing, whatever, you know how it can get a little bit out of hand real quick when you're throwing spears at each other and there's a whole village involved and there's bad blood, it goes a bit crazy. The youth out here are beginning to be way more into motorbike culture than horse culture.
The horse culture is fading away in favor of...
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be way more dangerous if this at some point switches to, like, motorbikes. Like, if they stop... I understand the horses and, like, the horses dying is a problem, but, like, if they start riding motorbikes around and, like, fucking throwing sticks at each other, like, multiple people are going to die.
These motorbike kids, these hotheads, driving around, like to drink, go to these events, and throw stones. Today's event went smoothly, but apparently it doesn't always go that way. We're about to head to some of the more dangerous Pasolas. Dangerous from a crowd gets involved perspective.
And the belief in Marapu, the thing that's carried those laws, the beliefs, the faith system here, that made the Ratu matter. Now, it's kind of faded.
So actually they're kind of worried that the fight culture will stop people coming.
Yeah, that's that they worry. And that's they ruin the traditional and then stop people coming. Because if people stop coming, then what the meaning of this?
Right. They're proud of their culture. They want to showcase it. They want it to be like an event that everybody should be able to attend safely.
And nowadays, far too often, tempers spill over and it turns into an alcohol-fueled, full-blown tribal war with the...
I think it's like you have to build some level because the event's so much larger and there's so much more, so many more things available to the people that are, spectating. I don't want to say you have to have like security, but there should be like scanning to get in. You know what I mean? Like you could make it an event where it's like traditional, but like, hey, you're not allowed to bring this. You can't like bring alcohol in your fucking motorbike on the grass. Like park that shit outside, Like, what are we doing? Like, it's a lack of respect for the tradition. Oh my God, that guy just got hit in the fucking head.
Full-blown tribal war with the army involved.
Oh, is that a fucking gun?
The crowd reacts, and all of a sudden, it's a hail of stones.
rocks are flying, chaos kicked off.
The dude with the cigarette hiding behind Andrew. There's a rock going off. He's just fucking huddling behind him.
Rocks are flying, chaos kicked off. It seems like the war is here.
Dude, chucking rocks in the air, like that's how you, and there's so many old people in here, dude, that's how you kill somebody.
There's spears.
Yeah, they're fleeing this shit like it's a frat party that got fucking ran through by the cops.
Now, as well, it seems like kind of tension is built up between
running out of here
in the two sides. Maybe someone wasn't happy with the way something went down. I saw the police dragging one guy away. We're sort of pushing this way. Woo, shit.
I would be so worried about that camera gear, bro. Even more than me getting hurt, I would be like, I'm holding a $10,000 camera right now. if I drop this shit into the water.
The kids now stash rocks in the hingi, the traditional wraps they carry the parang or machete in their waist with. And they come ready for the violence to spill out of the field where it's supposed to stay. First, it's microphones and maybe a flashbang or two. Then it's the tear gas. And then it's the water cannons.
I feel like it's turned more, the way he's describing it, it's turned more into people kind of waiting for this part of the event than the actual tradition itself. Like, they're showing up with rocks in their fucking belts. Like, they're knowing this is going to happen and doing it anyway. Like...
Please fire those off pretty quick. Oh, fucking hell.
Is she enjoying it, or I don't understand? She's like smiling and crying at the same time. What's happening? They got tear gas.
Limboya may be the biggest event of the year. That ended in rock fights, maybe about an hour or two in.
An hour in, it was a rock fight? Bro, no way. That's like, yo, they gotta have something. No rocks. No rocks allowed. 1 hour in, there's a rock fight.
Wanukaka,
and then it's just done.
The second biggest on the island, barely 30 or 45 minutes in before it was over. Apparently, there's large border disputes in that area, and the tensions between the tribes is sky high. How has the Pasola changed since they were young compared to now? What is the difference?
Beda. Aman. Dulu aman. Before, there's no like alcohol. There's no alcohol.
Yeah. When he was younger, was it also like that?
Itu tidak sering, not often. Dari hatinya mereka, dorang bawa di budaya. Because they have a problem outside of the Pasola, and then when Pasola happen, they see the enemies or they doesn't like someone, and they just, you know.
For this next generation, these youth, for many of them at least, these battles on the field aren't about the tradition. They're about the rock fight. You come for the fight, not what happens on the field. This has been going on for thousands of years, and the number of times it's most...
Yo, this is starting to feel like a prom after party vibe, bro. Like, nobody cares about the event. They're just there for afterwards. Like, they're showing up like, okay, yeah, let's get the fucking tradition over with and start chucking rocks at each other.
Turn into full-blown bloodshed. It can't be small.
Itu bisa hilang. So if like that always happen like this, the culture, the Abadi Pasola will be gone.
Yeah, it's ruining a lot of things about this place. Sumba might be one of the most magical places I have ever visited. And I travel the world for a living at this point. But the island sits in this just incredible sweet spot. On the one hand, it feels just completely unadulterated. The culture is raw, untouched, authentic,
Oh,
and
that guy's on Beetle Nut.
on one hand, it feels just completely unadulterated. The culture is raw, untouched, authentic in ways that can feel impossible to experience in the modern world.
Bro's geeking? Well, not geeking. He's just highly stimulated. What the hell is Beetle Nut? You see when their mouth's red. It's like this thing they chew, and it's like a similar it's like cocaine.
And yet, counterintuitively, you're just an hour from Bali. And you're not sleeping in a jungle.
Whenever they interview them and you see they have like a wad full of shit in their cheeks, it's usually not tobacco, it's Beetle Nut. Their mouth is all red. All right, yeah, this is an ad at the end, but that was really interesting. That was a fucking W video, dude. Steel ball run, but it's battle royale instead of racing. You're able to produce content like this for a long time. Amazing, Andrew, really. Glad you got away safely. Yo, honestly, dude, he could have gotten hit in the fucking head. I'm Indonesian. This is my first time knowing how chaotic this culture is. Indonesia is home to 1,300 distinct ethnic groups and 718 local languages. That's why so many Indonesians don't even know about this ritual. Yeah, that's wild. Like, you live in Indonesia, and you've never even heard of this. Because there's so many different cultures and traditions that it's like, you could be like 35 and having never heard of like this one island in Indonesia that does this every year. Next video, chat. Mortician answers burial questions from Twitter. Hi, my name is Button. He doesn't talk like that. We've seen this guy before. Morticians freak me out a little bit. I'm not being rude to this guy. I love this guy. You know, I've seen his videos before. It's just like, you know, it's just like such casual talk about like, yeah, so I remove the organs. I remove their organs, then I pump them. I drain their blood.
I'm Victor M. Sweeney, licensed funeral director.
Victor. Victor is such a cool name for a mortician.
And I'm here today to answer questions from Twitter. This is Burial Support. DZ1B21. Why the different shapes of caskets? Typically in the United
We got motherfuckers with wide bodies. You got motherfuckers with skinny bodies. You might need to buy an extra large casket for a motherfucker. You ain't know he got wide shoulders, you know? You might need an extra tall casket. Somebody got a wide body, not this way, but this way, you know? When I saw my grandpa's casket, it looked kind of normal. He kind of looked shrunk. I don't know if the blood draining did anything, but like, I don't know. The way they had that motherfucker when I was looking at him, I was like, you're like about like 5'9". He looked about like 6'1" when he was not dead.
body. We talk about a casket. A casket is rectangular. Oftentimes in other parts of the world, you're going to see what's called a coffin. So a coffin is what we might call anthropoid shape, narrower at the top where the head is.
I still can't get over the fact that in parts of Hong Kong, you rent a burial site and then they exhume your body after like 6 months and then burn you. I'm like, what's the point in getting buried?
Is wider at the shoulders and then narrow down at the feet. Other countries around the world tend to use coffins, and we use the term,
what if I'm built thick?
Even colloquially here in the United States. So when you hear someone talk about grandma's in the coffin, odds are good, she's in a rectangular casket. Lamia233, can you spread ashes anywhere? Or are there legal restrictions on that? This is such a good question, and it's one I'm asked all the time. Typically, a state does not really have a vested interest on what you do with human cremated remains. So you could scatter them essentially anywhere you like. In my state, a family has visitation.
I'm just in the middle of a fight, middle of the Super Bowl. Yeah!
Rights where a person is scattered.
It's like everybody's like, oh, is it snowing?
So if you scatter grandma in the bed of her garden, you end up with visitation rights to that flower bed in perpetuity. You can also do other things with cremated remains.
Wait, what? If I spread ashes somewhere, I get to go there forever?
You can have them made into jewelry. You can buy small keepsake urns. I've heard that you can press them into records. There are all sorts of things that you can do with cremated remains because they are simply pulverized.
Not funny, Joe. Everybody dies, man.
And they're inert carbons. Everything that is organic in them is gone. It's not going to feed a tree as people commonly like to think, but you can do with them mostly whatever you wish. Here's a question from Plucky Duckling. Are funeral pyres and Viking funerals a thing anymore? There is one place, Crestone in Colorado, that does allow a funeral pyre. So that does exist, but you have to
I would love to get that shit, bro. Isn't that where they light your body on fire?
live in a very specific locale. A funeral pyre, as we're thinking of it here, is usually a large pile of wood or other flammable material that a body is set on top of, and then the whole thing is set alight. As far as Viking funerals, this is kind of a misnomer. You're probably thinking of,
Yeah, where they float you out on a ship.
of putting your loved one in a boat with their hands on the pommel of their sword and pushing them out into the lake, shooting flaming arrows at it until it goes up in flames. Viking funerals actually weren't like that. They were buried with their sword in boats and all sorts of grave goods, but the boat was dragged on land and buried intact. Here's a question from Signature. Why do people take photos of the dead in a casket at funerals and post it on social media? Please stop doing that.
Yeah, that shit is weird. See that shit on Facebook, just a picture of a dead body, bro. Like, yo, what are we doing? I feel like, and it's also like, you're not living in the fucking funeral, bro. Like, you're there to mourn. Why are you posting that shit on Facebook? Look at the dead body. People do that? Not often. But yeah, there's people that fucking do that.
Interesting thing, in most places, the right to take a picture of the deceased falls to the family. So they can either allow it or disallow it. But I agree.
Yeah, if you're the direct family member, who gives a shit, right? Like, it's up to you. It's your family's funeral. You get to decide. But like, I do think that's odd to be like walking past the funeral in the line, or the casket in the line, and you're just like, rip. Post that to the story.
Don't put it on social media. That's something that should be kept just for your own personal use. Next up, we have a question from Stan Combe Wills. Who gets to decide who gets invited to my funeral? The short answer is your family. They can decide who will come, and likewise, who is not allowed there. Fun fact, you do not need an invitation to attend a funeral. You can just show up. Funeral crashing is a thing. There was a gal that I used to
Damn, bro, that's fucked up. Yo, crashing a wedding's one thing. You pulling up to a funeral and being like, he was a great man. Could I talk? Could I give a speech? Video idea? Yeah, funeral crashing.
You know, back at one of the funeral homes I worked with, her first name was Bunny, and Bunny would come to every funeral, regardless of denomination and location, and I am certain she didn't know that many people. She came for those sweet, sweet scalloped potatoes and ham. Our next question.
Oh, she came for the food? I thought I could see people that just go to funerals because they like watching that for some reason, you know? Like the spiritual process of like people mourning. Like there could be somebody that like enjoys that.
Question is from Nate Bones. How come cemeteries never run out of space? Sometimes cemeteries...
Been asking that shit, bro. Been asking that. When's it acceptable to dig up a motherfucker from the 1600s? Never? I'm just, at some point, we're going to run out of space. They're doing it in China already. In Hong Kong, they dig up motherfuckers and they burn them. Right? Or then they put you in a box. Like, at some point, we're going to run out of land. You know, a bunch of dead bodies where you start stacking them on top of each other. I mean, that's why they have, what are they called? Crypts. They have crypts now where you're in a drawer. You're buried, but you're in a drawer. So I could see, like, at some point, there literally being just a building full of dead bodies.
Do run out of space. In larger metropolitan areas, sometimes it's the case where families will actually bury their loved ones on top of existing graves. In certain other countries and in other parts of the world...
What?
Graves. In certain the case, sometimes cemeteries do run out of space. In larger metropolitan areas, sometimes it's the case where families will actually bury their loved ones on top of existing graves. In certain other countries and in other parts...
So they're double stacking a tomb?
...of the world, you actually just rent a grave space. So for instance, in Germany, your grave space is not your mom's or dad's forever, but for a period of years, after which your rent expires, they dig up the dead, and they put them elsewhere in a common grave, usually. Here's a...
Why are we renting a grave then? I don't get... Like, if you're getting buried, isn't it supposed to be a permanent resting space? They gotta dig you up? They gotta dig you up when you don't make rent? And what is a common grave? A place in the ground where multiple unrelated dead bodies are buried.
From Dr. Bumforfire, what is sky burial? Sky burial is a practice that takes place in Tibet or Nepal, where bodies are actually left out and hacked apart for condors and vultures to eat. The way that they render a human body to just bones is by letting animals do the work. We have a...
I kind of fuck with that. I've always said, I don't think I want them to hack me to pieces. I think you just chuck my ass in the ocean. Not off a pier, you know, drive out 10 miles, throw my dead body in the water. Throw my dead body in the water, tie my ankle to a cinder block, and then the fish will eat me.
Question here from Teaspoon. Do funeral homes have busy times of the year, or is it just dead all year? Fall and spring are going to be the busier times of year. Fall, because the weather change has something to do with there being more deaths. And spring is usually busier, especially where I'm from, where it's cold. We have a normal workload, and
more people die in the spring and the fall.
And then all sorts of burials that we had to delay over winter. That end stretch of winter into spring, when everything starts to melt, the ground is simply too soggy to even set foot in the cemetery, let alone bring a whole line of cars and a casket. From
fall and spring are the busier times. Fall because the weather change has something to do with there being more deaths. Spring is usually busier, especially where I'm from, because where it's cold, we have to do all the burials we had to delay over the winter.
From Kai Schwa, why are funeral homes always family owned? Interestingly enough, more and more, we're seeing funeral homes get bought up by corporate entities. So it could be that you're—
On God, I'm hearing this motherfucker's tummy rumble. Listen.
We're seeing funeral homes get bought up by corporate entities.
I'm hearing his stomach grumble when no, it's not mine.
So it could be that your local funeral home, despite being called the Smith Family Funeral Home, is actually owned by a larger conglomerate who might operate 5, 6.
Somebody get this guy a Cliff Bar. Sorry.
Family Funeral Home is actually owned by a larger conglomerate who might operate 5, 6, 10 funeral homes in your area. I think you'll always find that the business where you know the owner and they live in your locality and they shop at your stores are generally going to be more caring and more transparent than the ones that are there simply to turn a profit.
Well, I mean, they're all there to turn a profit, but yeah, you're more open to people that are localized versus like, imagine like Amazon had a funeral home. You'd be like, okay, well, I don't really want to do that. You know, you'd rather go with somebody that's like local and actually gonna care. But at the same time, I think it'd be a cool rule to have all morticians have to walk around like Grim Reapers. Like, they should have an aura that surrounds them and like a song that plays on like an organ. When they walk through, be like, yep, that's the guy that bleeds out the dead bodies.
From Harvey 180. So I'm completing my organ donation form. You can literally donate everything, including skin, bones, and tendons. So how do funerals work? Because there will be nothing to put in the box.
His like entire body just collapses.
Normal cortical strength is 200 megapascals, and that's in an untrained couch potato. That means that your fat cousin's femur could support a small sedan before snapping.
What? An untrained person's femur could support the weight of a car?
Couch potato. That means that your fat cousin's femur could support a small sedan before snapping in half. To put this in perspective, Neanderthals were estimated to be at 1.8 grams per centimeter cubed in their bone density, which is 30 to 40% denser than elite human athletes. These estimations are higher than Brian Shaw's bone density, which was
yeah, just an average fucking Neanderthal, bro. Oh my god. Do you think, like, I know the highest Neanderthal percentage DNA in a person is probably, like, less than 1%. But do you think that plays a factor in strength? Who has the highest Neanderthal DNA recorded? Individuals of East Asian descent generally have the highest proportion of Neanderthal DNA, followed by European ancestry. The highest percentage somebody has is around 3%.
Estimated to be 5 sigma, or 1 in a few hundred million. But all isn't lost for humanity. There is still some genetic wizardry at play. A rare genetic case involving the LRP5 gene was discovered in a Connecticut family with bones so dense they had solid white x-rays. The family's density was measured between 2.5 and 3 grams per centimeter cube, which is 50% higher than Neanderthals and Brian Shaw. This made the bone near impossible to penetrate with typical surgical drills, and none of the degenerative effects usually associated with excessive bone growth plagued any members of the family. The only notable features they had were extra wide jaws and some bony growth on the top of their mouth. And I'd say that's a small price to pay.
He's gonna say that's some small price to pay to be able to lift 1,000 pounds. What do you mean? Like, if you have this bone density, you just start having weird growths just come out of the top of your fucking, like, palate?
And I'd say that's a small price to pay. If we're gonna pull a Dr. Moreau and cobble together an 8-foot human furry and make it run with 5 times its body weight, I think we're so far in that a bumpy mouth, really not a lot to worry about. Now, the odds of getting this trait organically is next to 0, let alone with all of the other features that we've insisted upon so far. But in the near future, when you're selecting your athletic destiny the way you're putting toppings on a pizza at Domino's, yeah, I'll take extra LRP5, hold the anchovies.
I love how in-depth he's getting into this. Like, I thought it would just be, like, very surface level shit. He's talking about, like, specific genes you need.
We know that muscles produce strength, and we've made sure that we got plenty of muscle, but we haven't quite unleashed it yet. See, your genes had the foresight to toddler-proof your body. By putting a governor on how many motor units you can recruit at once, it makes sure that you're not flying off the handle like a drunk teenager behind the wheel of his Camaro doing donuts in the parking lot. Now, with hacking your nervous system, we can start level 1. These are common genes that bias individuals towards more motivation and more aggression. But these are still more normie gene variations, are pretty common in the population. We're here to push the limits. So what does the next step look like? Level 2 involves the SCN9A gene. You might have seen this in a movie before. This is the genetic variation that makes it so that you can...
Oh my god, you don't feel pain? Well, one guy in Deadpool had that.
Not feel pain. No pain, no gain? How about no pain, all the gain? This eliminates one of the primary obstacles to training, and that is the sensation of pain and discomfort. Shoulders a little achy? Maybe for you.
Yeah, but the problem with that is pain is supposed to be a limiter for you for your health. Like, if you don't feel pain, then, like, even if this person's training... they're, like, at some point, they're going to fucking heavily injure themselves.
About to throw this bench press to the moon. You're praying to Jesus to make it through that last drop set of lunges? I'm listening to Spanish phrases on audiobook. And just think of how much money we're going to save on ibuprofen and DMSO. And we don't even have to worry about injury from tendon or muscle ruptures because we've already supercharged our specimen with tendons that could support the Golden Gate Bridge. Now, to bring this back to reality, this might not be as cool as it sounds. For one, these guys can't sweat, and you know, that could be life-threatening in a ball-busting, do-or-die...
Wait, if you don't feel pain, you can't sweat?
...a gym session, which isn't great. And also, pain is kind of required to learn to not do things that might kill you. I imagine one of these...
Yeah, because then they have no idea what their limits are, and they would just always try to max out higher than they could feasibly lift.
Guys tearing...
your pain lets you know your limit so you could push beyond it and then grow progressively. Like, if you have no pain, you don't know your limit. So, yeah, you could train infinitely, but you're probably just going to fatigue yourself more than you normally would want to, and then you're just going to be out of shop for most of the time, and you're not actually going to be efficiently training. Yeah, because you can't feel hot or cold. I thought if you couldn't feel pain, you would still be able to feel hot and cold sensations. Is that literally just like your nerve endings don't work?
Busting deadlift workout, pouring the olive oil on the large pizza and scarfing it down as fast as they can, only to start like biting their cheek, and they can't tell the difference between cheek and pizza, and next thing you know, you chew through the side of your face. But remember guys, we're not here for second place, you gotta risk it for the biscuit. So how about I just breed a few dozen of these 7.5 foot myostatin disabled, pain-free mutant freaks, and hope that like 2 or 3 of them make it past puberty. Bob's your uncle, we're setting world records. But guys, we're not even done yet. That was only level.
Well, I want to know what you would estimate this person would lift if they had all these genes.
2. Level 3 is going to guarantee that we squeeze every possible ounce out of every single muscle fiber that we have slapped on this frame. This concerns the MAOA gene, often called the warrior gene. Now, when this thing's taking it easy, it's not doing its job, that's actually linked with higher aggression. And in extreme cases, when it's completely knocked out, you get Brunner syndrome. And while it's been associated with cognitive impairment, violent behavior, and problems with impulse control, the trade-off is, you guessed it, retard strength. I mean, look, we could have basically just manufactured our version of Absolute Bane, given our guy a super soaker backpack filled with trenbolone acetate, and called it good. But with Brunners, you get basically the same effect, and you just don't have to carry around the backpack. So this is what we've got: extreme height and leverages that are plausible to see in our lifetime, paired with some genetic anomalies that are less plausible. But we know that the capacity is there, and if they occur together in the right mix, we could get something that is truly mythological. But by the time we can make these genetic edits anyways, we're gonna be like the...
Yeah, I was gonna say, you're doing the odds here, but at some point they're just gonna be able to like pick and choose genetics. There's going to have to be laws against that, though, because that would be like a real dystopian society if you were able to pick genetics for your kids, because then at that point, there's like, I don't want to say there's no RNG, but like rich people would be able to just consistently spread the gap between the poor and the rich, because rich children would always be the genetically most advantaged, or have the biggest advantage, and then they would spread that to their kids and their kids and their kids. So just be like, if you were poor, you would just be rolling RNG on like your kids' health and what they would be able to do, versus literally just being able to pick and choose genes. Yeah, designer babies to the sense of like making them super intelligent and super fast, super strong, attractive, whatever you wanted, literally whatever you wanted to do.
Aliens from Independence Day. All of our ability and our value to society is going to be determined by our completely man-made exoskeleton, and nobody is going to care about the body composition or strength levels of the sad little alien nugget that exists on the inside. And on that note, I'm off to go buy a robot slave. Thanks so much for watching, guys. Leave your comments below. Till next time, this is Bromley. I'll see you.
Wow. Somebody said literally playing God. I don't think it would be playing God, because it would be playing God if you were doing it in the designer sense of just picking and choosing traits that you deemed as most valuable. But I think if you were able to cut out genes that would cause certain health defects, I would not see that as playing God. I would see that as removing the need for thousands and thousands of years of natural selection to try and weed out a trait that is detrimental to a human experience and human life. Like, you would be able to cut out it, like if you had a kid and they're like, this kid's gonna have is gonna grow up and he's gonna have ALS or something, it'd be like, all right, well, we're gonna cut that out so he doesn't get that. You know, we're gonna cut that out so he doesn't get this like Marfan syndrome or some sort of like, I guess, disease, you know. But then when you extend it to like, all right, you can make your kid whatever height you want and you can make him do this, it's like, now you're making a Sims character. All right, well, we're not watching this Mark Rober video today. We got one more video. Check Jinxie's stream. He said I'm the 4th best streamer this year.
I need to think. I need to think.
Bro, he used to put himself like Jinxie. It's not even cocky to say this. Should he not put himself between 1 and 3? Like he has to, because he's the biggest gaming streamer. Ron's not 3. I would say you bump me and Ron down, and you wedge Jinxie between Speed and Queso somewhere. Like, I don't know. It's hard. Obviously it's all subjective, but it's hard to gauge who the top 3 streamers are, because it's like they're all just huge. I think Speed would undeniably be 1. That's not a crazy statement. Like, Speed has the biggest reach, objectively. Like, Speed is the biggest creator. Even if Jinxie pulls more average views per video, Speed will have streams where he's in another country pulling 1 million views. You know? Like, 1 million live views. He's filling 10 football stadiums full of people in terms of how many people are watching him. Moist is a top 10 YouTuber. Moist is more of a YouTuber than a streamer. By far. I feel like everybody would agree on that. I think Moist streams a lot, but like Moist is way larger on YouTube. Way larger on YouTube. Yeah, that news writer put like Rakai at 4 or some shit. Yeah, no, I saw that list. That list is terrible.
Like, bro, chat, you'll notice everybody on my list streams consistently. Everybody. Chat, I think if we're going off consistency,
I kind of want to see who you put that 5.
I want to say XQC. XQC is live every day for like years. XQC's live every day.
If it's all time's a different question than 26, I would say all time you got to throw Summit in the ring, bro.
Jason's really consistent too, chat.
Summit's in there. Ninja's in
really
there.
consistent, too.
Right now, though.
Yeah.
One Pixel's a pretty good shout. He's also a European streamer, and he has a whole different audience.
Pure consistency. Chat, if you're going to say 2026 off of consistency and statistics, I think you have to have Peanut in your top 5, bro.
Yeah, Peanut's in there.
I don't even think Complex had Peanut in their top 25. I think chat, Peanut at any given time.
People are spamming hell nah.
70, 80,000 people.
Peanut is potentially as big as Jinxie in terms of views. Like, he has less Twitch viewers, but dude, I regardless of what you think about Peanut, like Peanut averages like 35K on Twitch and like 60K on YouTube. Like, he's huge, right? That's the thing.
View botting. Peanut is not view botting, bro.
No, Peanut doesn't view bot. That's weird that his chat said that as my chat said that. Wait, I want to look up Burnt Peanut's Twitch tracker. He's not view botting because you would see his numbers wouldn't dip. Arc Raiders fell off and then he lost viewers. Bro, he's getting 400,000 followers a month. Like, he's huge. And he's dipped, but it's like that was because he was in a huge Arc Raiders arc. Now he's playing like random shit. He's like full variety now. So he's like probably going to plateau a little bit, but he doesn't view bot. What? Should I go over that? We could do that as well. Should I do that right now? I could do my own top 20 streamers. I feel like that's a really hard list. Cuz like top 20 is so many people, but there's also so many streamers. Cuz like I feel like it's easier to do like a top 5 versus a top 10 versus a top 20. Cuz if you're like 15 to 20 spot, it's like, okay, well, who the fuck do you even put? Sorry, I'm uploading this real quick. Do top 15. What was the complex one? Do top 5? Well, top 5 is kind of cheap. Top 5 doesn't allow you to put enough people's names. It's also hard because it's like Twitch and Kick are in such a different space that it's like you have to throw like at least 2 Kick streamers up there, but like who are you putting? I use Asmongold at 7.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to make a list. I feel like that's going to be a whole
again,
Twitter
bro,
thing.
It's not about if you
It's going to be a whole annoying Twitter thing. I make a list. People are going to be like, Joe put this person here. He only has liberal streamers on his fucking... Oh my god, the Israeli plant. Some shit. Ugh. Yeah, I mean, if you're going off just viewers, like... I mean, Asmon and Hassan are probably top 3. Like, they both stream like 12 hours a day. and they average like fucking 32K viewers. Like Hassan's live right
To
now
some
with 30K.
respect, exists within the political side as well, and the politician side.
Like, they're both just big-ass streamers, but they're in a different space. Who is Asmongold? Used to be gamer, still a gamer, but now kind of the opposite of Hassan, some would say. I kind of want to make my top list, though. Now that I'm watching Jinxie do it, I'm like, wait, that kind of would be fire.
If immediately. Kai's a legendary streamer.
Do the list? We'll do it real quick. We'll do it real quick. What was the article where they did the top list? Was it Complex? Yeah, Complex, the best 25 streamers right now ranked. It's hard. So we're not going off views. We're going on subjective takes on who's the best streamer. Like, I could do that. I could do top 20. Let me list this. Let me make my own doc. What font should we do? Impact, because it's big. No. Comic Sans. No, that's annoying to look at. I'm not going to include myself. I respect Jinxie for not including himself. I think that's lame to include. Now that I'm thinking about it, if I have to place myself on that list, that's just cocky as fuck. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to rank myself. Like, I wouldn't put myself top 10. I would probably put myself at like 15, 20. In terms of performance, maybe like growth, but like, I'm not nearly top 5, 10. You are? No, I'm not. On Twitch Tracker, I'm ranked like 110th. Like, there are way bigger streamers than me. I think I'm larger on YouTube than a lot of them. But, all right, let's look at this real quick. We'll look at this real quick. Complexes. We're going to look at Complexes, which has been getting a lot of shit. They made their top 25 best streamers right now. From kick creators like Aiden Ross to Twitch broadcasters like Hassan Abi to YouTube streamers like iShowSpeed. These are the 25 greatest live streamers to watch this year. Or right now, rather. Valkyrae at 25. Not upset. Would I say Valkyrae is one of the biggest streamers right now? No, comparable to when she used to stream years ago, but I'm not upset at that at all. I think Valkyrae is a big streamer, huge in the space, kind of helped build Twitch. Fair pick. Jinxie at 24 is the dumbest thing that I've ever seen in my entire life. The dumbest thing that I've ever seen in my entire life. Who else is on this list? Ninja and God. Like, 24. He is the biggest gaming creator. It's not even close. Like, what else are we looking at? Bill Nye the Science Guy? Is the Magic School Bus coming up next? What's happening? What's after this? Because I just don't understand. I get you not putting him at 1, but he's top 3. Like, top 3 without a doubt. Also, this picture just looks stupid. Why are they blurring them? What is this shitty ass fucking... What is this, like, weird, like, tech blur? Like, I'm in fucking Cyberpunk. And they have, like, paragraphs about them. In 2026, streaming can mean so many things. IRL aspect of streaming, up to the world of possibilities. At its core, streamers like Jinxie will always be around. Bro, that's, like, discrediting the fact that the biggest streamers are desktop streamers. If you take the top 100 streamers, 85 of them don't IRL. What the fuck is this dumbass take? This is like feeding into this like 12-year-old mindset of like IRL.
What you want, at least the basics, whether it's cremation or burial or maybe a mix between the two. Write that down somewhere.
Yeah, usually in your 20s, well, you should write it down, but in your 20s, you're usually going to make some sort of rough rudimentary will of like assets and then also wishes.
And make sure your loved ones have it. From Carly Star 82, why are funerals so expensive? Feels like a scam. Usually when we're planning a funeral, there may be 3 subsections that a family has to pay for. The first one is professional services. That would include things like setting up the funeral and going to it and bringing a body from the place of death, maybe embalming the body or taking the body to the crematory. Another subsection would be merchandise. Things like a casket or an urn, maybe a burial vault. And then
yeah, but I feel like some of those cost so much money. And I know, bro, they got to be profiting off of it. I mean, that's what a funeral home is. Like, a funeral home is a business, right? They have profit margins. How much is an urn? I feel like they vary widely. $75 to $350. Not that bad. How much is a casket? $2,000 to $5,000. See, I mean, yo, put me in a cardboard box. $5,000? $5,000 for a fucking casket.
The third section are what we call cash advanced items. So things like you're a gravedigger, your funeral lunch, flowers, newspaper obituaries, all the other odds and ends that are tangentially related to the funeral will get conglomerated into one big bill. So usually when a family receives, let's say, a $10,000 funeral bill, it will include part that goes to the funeral home, but a lot of it's going to be paid out to everybody else that participates to make the thing possible. Our next question is from SOS Fitness. Do funeral homes charge extra for plus-size coffins?
Yes.
The answer is yes. Being that there are more materials that go into a plus-size or what we call an oversized casket or coffin means the price goes up. Here's a question from
That's not how it works with shoes, Mr. Victor. So why is it doing the same thing with caskets? Interesting. No, it's because usually, I think it's because the majority of dead bodies will fit in a casket unless you need a plus-size casket. Whereas, like, shoes, everybody has a different shoe size. But I have a shoe, like, if my shoe size is, like, 11 and a half, your shoe size is 5, me and you are still going to fit in the same fucking coffin. But now you have a guy that's 6'6" and 430 pounds. That guy needs to go in a special coffin.
Tyranny 1. Is wearing black to funerals still a thing, or can I wear any neutral color? You can wear any color you want. I've had families where they want the funeral to be more of a celebration. I've had families come wearing all Hawaiian shirts, or all sports jerseys, or everybody wears purple because that's grandma's favorite color. Next up, we have a question from Saru Atik. How to write a eulogy? I'm not good with words. I actually had to give the eulogy at my best friend's funeral when he took his own life. And that's an extremely challenging thing. My goal with that was to talk about my friend's life, but then talk about kind of those universal values that we all share. So things like unconditional love and
yeah, you kind of want to relate back to the people that you're speaking, right? Like, when I spoke at my grandpa's funeral, like, I'm not gonna bring up my philosophical views, right? I'm not gonna air out on stage that I don't think he's in an afterlife. But what I said was along the lines of, like, praising him as a father figure in my life, and then relating back to the fact that his memory will live on within us, and I'll remember him in my own life until the day that I die. And then it's my time to be remembered, right? So it's like I'm still sharing my view, but something that's relatable to everyone regardless of what specific beliefs they have. And then it's just praising that person's life and, you know, showing that you know, are remembering them.
what he taught me about patience. Those are all universals that I think we
teaching is a big thing, like a lesson you've learned.
Can all understand, and those are really, really good topics for eulogy. Here's a question from Return of the Goth. Is it a Southern thing to pull over out of respect for the dead for a funeral procession? Or do you all who are elsewhere do it too? It has always confused and irritated me. They're dead. I don't know them. I'm on my lunch break. Move it. It really depends on where.
You should pull over for a funeral proceeding of people. Does that make sense? Like, if I'm at a stoplight and they all got their flashing lights on and I could tell they're all a part of the same party, I'm going to wait for them. That's just respect. It doesn't matter if you don't know them because you're going to be in a similar situation as them. You're going to want them to wait for you, right? Like, I don't care. Like, I'll wait that 5 minutes.
Where you live in the country. Where I grew up in the state of Michigan, it was very customary when you saw a hearse go by, you pull over and let them through. Where I live now, that's not usually the case. In fact, I've been in trouble often enough for driving the hearse down the very middle of the road on the dotted yellow line to get people to pull over, only because I have a place to go too, and typically it's a little more time sensitive than your lunch break. Maybe instead of being irritated, you could think of it as a gift you could give to the family of your time. It's usually only a little bit.
I think it's a societal respect, you know? Even if you don't know, it's the same thing. You're basically saying I'm sorry for your loss silently by just having the common courtesy to fucking move out of the way, you know? Like this, they're all dealing with somebody that died. You don't know them, but like you're basically being like, oh, sorry, you know, let me move out of the way. not make your day worse.
Why would you have a luncheon for a funeral anyway? Hashtag doesn't make any sense. There is something really nice about getting together after the fact when the work is done to just sit and relax and fill our bellies. I think inside all of us, there is this certain caveman aspect. We bury our dead and we put them away for a time. And then we also gather together and eat and drink and make merry. And I found that having that opportunity to gather and to eat and to drink and to share is really, really valuable.
Yeah, bro. It's like the time you got to spend with everybody else, you know? I think that's like having the luncheon, having the stuff that's not sad after the sad funeral is nice because then you're able to share the time with the person that brought all of you together. Or it might even be the person that's the reason that you're alive, right? Like, that's one of the points that I made, like, in a eulogy. Like, if you're a descendant of somebody that died, one of the biggest things that you could always say that people just relate to is, like, hey, man, like, I wouldn't even be speaking at your funeral if you didn't exist. Like, obviously, my grandfather's not directly the reason that I'm alive, right? Comparable to my father and my mother. But, like, if he didn't exist, I wouldn't exist. Has to be 1-2, right? Like that is the most fair thing possible. 3, I'm putting Queso, another big gaming creator. 4, and this is gonna be controversial right now, but I have to just say it off of straight view count, the burnt peanut.
Yeah, I think
I saw your chat crash out when you said that, but Peanut averages 100K viewers concurrently on both platforms combined.
Playing any game.
Any game. Like,
streaming every day as well. Like, Peanut doesn't miss streams, Chad. It's not about if you watch him or don't watch him. Bro, the guy is a great streamer. He entertains 70 to 80 to 90,000 people at any given time playing any video game.
You know how you make this easier? You gotta put like markers somewhere and then you kind of base it around that.
Yeah.
So I think like I'm gonna just throw this up there. Like, I feel like a KDB is probably a top 15 right now. Very large growth.
Hilarious.
Very funny.
Yes.
I would say you got to put, bro said who? Probably one of the biggest growth-based streamers right now. And then you could have, like, Vanilla Mace there, too.
Yeah.
You're probably not going to like some of my takes, though. I'm going to be real.
No, it's your list, bro. It's your list.
After the burnt peanut, somebody said Summit. When I pulled up your stream, I was saying like top 20 streamers right now is so different than top 20 streamers all time. Because like Summit's not a top 20 streamer right now, but like all time, yeah, sure. Like him, Ninja, but like none of those guys are making the list right now. I'm actually gonna have at 5 One Pixel.
Bro, oh my god. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. I had One at 9, and I guess it's just because I want One to stream every day. Like, I would watch One stream every fucking morning, chat.
I feel like he does stream a lot. 6 is Ron. Ron's the biggest core house streamer. Los? I don't know. Like, do you know, like, what kick streamers would be on this list?
Okay. Good God, dude. Well,
like,
bro,
Los. Somebody said XQC. I would probably put XQC at, like, 9.
Okay.
I would
So
say
you're like-
XQC
you're kind of
all
free-firing
time's
your
probably
list.
like 5. Like,
yeah.
Clav? I don't know if I'm putting Clav on the list.
Dude, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I can't remember the last 72-hour window where I haven't seen a clavicular clip, dude.
Yeah,
Same
but
with, like-
okay, but are we putting in streaming clip? Because that's what, did you see Lacey do it? He did media, and that's a different, that in that list, yeah, sure. Because if you're going outside of just stream, sure, he's there. But like,
No, no.
I don't
wouldn't
think
put
just
him in my
raw
top
streams.
No. Okay, I'm actually gonna say this. I think, and I know a lot of people like don't like Neon also for, you know, Neon, like his thing was just being as toxic and as annoying as possible.
Yeah, but he
Like,
is one of the biggest streamers. Like, objectively,
Neon's
he is
one of the biggest streamers in the world in terms of clips, consistency, but also Neon has had a complete character like
arc
real
change
rival.
180.
Yes. Neon is like way more chill in the last year, Chad. Literally. No, I'm not gonna lie. Neon was toxic as fuck like 2 or 3 years ago. I'm not gonna deny that. But I think like Neon has been one of my favorite people to actually see like grow in streaming. You know what
Bro,
mean?
I
Like,
feel
Neon
like
is way more cool now.
the more that I'm doing this list, the more I'm like, dude, a top 20 streamers all time is so much more fun than doing right now. Because it's like now I'm just throwing people on this list that are like having like moments. Like, dude, see, it's so hard because it's like people are saying Tyler 1. Tyler 1 is a top 20 streamer all time. But like, bro, he's a father now. He doesn't take streaming as seriously as he did prior. Like,
Yeah, I don't think Tyler 1 cares.
I don't know if Tyler 1 is top 20, he's probably like 19 or 20. Like, he's not. Ooh, would Ginge be on the list?
Yeah, if I was able to do top 20, I would have Ginge in the list. Yeah, if I was able to do top 20.
I feel like you got to throw like Jason.
Yep.
And then you could honestly probably throw like all three of them together. People are saying Moist Critical. Moist Critical is a bigger YouTuber than a streamer. I was saying that earlier. Flight.
Yeah, I think Moist more so streams just for fun. Like, I don't think Moist like really cares about streaming.
Oh God, are we throwing in like foreign YouTubers, bro? Who's like? I mean, if we're really getting into it, you got to throw like, yeah, somebody just said Rubius, Ibai. Ibai's probably like fucking below Queso, above Peanut. Like Ibai doesn't Ibai average like a fucking million views every time he goes live or some shit, but he only streams like infrequently.
No, he does like. Ibai has the most viewed stream ever, but it was a chat. Wasn't it like a boxing event or something? What was it? But no, Ibai's gigantic, but I don't think Ibai streams that much.
I'm
Same
moving
with
Neon.
Rubius.
I'm
Like,
moving Neon down. I'm moving Neon down.
Like, check Ibai's hours streamed in the last year and Rubius. Like, I don't know if any of them stream that much. I don't know though. I could be totally wrong, but see how much hours stream they have because I don't think they stream that much. He streamed 57 hours in the last month.
Why is he losing followers?
Wait, okay, so how many hours has Ibai streamed in the last, like, year? Is there a way to see that? Where do you see?
In the last year, like 25, or you want to go
to
like
2025, why not?
I mean, like over, like if you combine this, probably over, like over 700.
League? What? I did not know Ibai played League. Okay.
I mean, that's what he's doing like every time he goes live. Is just League of Legends.
Oh, it's watch parties on League? Does he own a team? He definitely owns a team, Chad, right? Yep.
Somebody said
okay.
Marlon. I don't know if Marlon's on my list.
Okay. You're saying top 20? Marlon would
top
be in
20,
my top
bro.
20.
This is so hard. Like you were saying top 10
I think
hard.
Marlon
I feel
would
like
be in
top
my
20
top 20.
is so hard. Yeah, Marlon could be like I gotta throw
Joe,
Ludwig
you have a different
there.
approach with your list making. You kind of pre-fire it. Yeah, I would like Ludwig would be in my top 20.
Ludwig. People are saying Hassan and Asmund, and it's like, yeah, by raw views they are, but I don't want to say like, because they're making it's like political content versus just like gaming creation. So I feel like you could have them, but I feel like I would throw them lower. Like you could just have Hassan and Asmund like 1920. Ooh, I'm Dante. Flight, Cinna, Clicks. Clicks is the biggest Fortnite creator. It's so hard. PBM's not even. Oh my God, PBM, bro. There's too many people. There's too many fucking
also,
streamers.
like,
there's too many streamers. Cageral's huge.
There's also like Agent Cinna is still.
Yeah,
like,
I've already filled the fucking list. I only have 3 spots left, and I could probably rattle off another 20 streamers. Like,
I told you, bro. It's hard, Joe. It's harder than you think, bro. I'm not kidding.
it's way harder. I can't knock Complex for like getting it wrong, but I'm gonna knock Complex for getting it so wrong. Like,
yeah,
that like they
Just
were
sheer
way
lack of research.
off. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like no, like they literally just like somebody that scrolled TikTok for 15 minutes and then went, I'm gonna rank the top 20 streamers right now. Like never having looked at anything else.
Yep. Yeah, that's a fair point.
You put me top 4, bro. I wouldn't even put myself top 15. I said I would probably put myself like 18 or 20.
Joe, but can I say this about
in terms
you,
of
though?
growth? Like you got to keep in mind, bro. I'm like, have you looked at like Twitch tracker as a whole?
What do you mean?
Like just channels. Like, well, Asian Jeff got view-botted, so ignore that. But like you are technically the #1 streamer. You're the #1 streamer. Then it's Cadril, Queso. If you're just going off views, right?
Oh wait, Tumblr. Wait, chat. Isn't Tumblr? Tumblr's always on the. Isn't he like Italian streamer or something, chat? The thing
Bro,
is,
you
I don't know like
11
about
million
EU
hours
streaming.
watched.
Yeah.
Yo, you're actually
That's actually insane.
You're the
That's actually
biggest.
insane.
You're the. You don't look at your shit.
No, I've went on Twitch Tracker before. I've went on Twitch Tracker, but like,
Bro, you know what annoys me is when streamers don't activate the sub shit. Like, I want to see. You have to agree to do.
Dude,
this.
I bet you okay, Peanut Peanut definitely.
Peanut has fucking 80K subs. I'm certain of it. Like, Peanut has to have so many subs. Like, he's just not on. Like, he doesn't have it activated, so you can't see.
Does Peanut even know how many subs? Like, is he even
Bro,
showing?
well, I don't know why he doesn't have it. There's a lot of streamers that don't. Like, Rakai doesn't have it. Like, there's a lot of guys you could scroll on this list and be like, I'm not 13, bro. Like, I'm up there, but, like, there's probably, like, 30, 40 other streamers that have, like, that many subs and just don't show it. You're probably still top 3, but there might be just, like, a random-ass streamer with 100K subs, and they're just big and nobody knows. I don't know some of these. I feel like you got to filter it to personality. And then, like, I always usually filter English, but, like, if you're talking biggest streamers, bro, you got to throw up some of these guys. Like, do you know who these people are?
Yes, I know who Trimax is.
Do you know who FPS Shaka is?
I don't know who Shaka is. I know who Amin is. I met him. He's like a GTA RP streamer from France. He's goated. But no, a lot of EU streamers don't know. The problem with subs, though, chat, I think.
Bro, Summit's a top 19 streamer right now, Jinxie.
Yeah, dude, Summit streams every day. I don't think you can make a streaming, like, I don't think you can base a streamer's popularity off of their sub count because, bro, there's so many times, chat, where a streamer will get 50,000 gifted subs in a month, and it's like, okay.
No, but then you base, you don't base popularity off that. You base dedicated viewers. Because if you go on sub count, you have only 6K gifted, right? The majority of your subs are paid. So you have, like, you have a very active fan base, right? Like, same with Queso. 54,000 paid subs, 11K gifted, but the majority of them are paying into the subs that they have. Whereas, like, other streamers, I don't know many other, like, this guy, I don't know who this is. But, like, 11K of the 16K he has right now is gifted. But it shows, like, that's why I put KDB on the list, too, because she has 3K gifted subs, but she's 13K, it's showing question mark, but she's 13K solo subs, and she's, like, a new streamer. Like, look at that.
Yeah.
Like, that's a big peak, dude. Like, that, and it's also, like, you could look at, the way that I say is, like, I have more subs than, like, Jason. Where's Jason? I have more subs than Jason. Jason's a bigger streamer than me. I think I just have a more dedicated YouTube fan base that watches my streams, and they sub to me. And I'm also in sub-only, like, 80% of my streams. Yo, I saw you rip sub-only the other day. Side note, how was it?
There's 99 different occurrences for sub-only. I mean, dude.
Oh, sub-only is like heaven now.
Bro, well, there are some subs that are psychotic. Like, literally just 9-month subs that just rage bait every fucking day.
Yeah.
But, like, the chat botting is annoying. So, like, when people, like, another guy came in the other day just promoting some fucking weird TikTok crypto scam thing for 5 minutes. So we put it on sub only for that. Yeah. But also, like, when people are just spamming something that's just literally rage bait, it's like, all right, 10-minute sub only. I just tell High Vibes, I say, High Vibes, execute order 66. And he knows what it means.
Oh, that's what that means when you say that? I thought that meant you got to, like, ban everybody into your chat or some shit.
Well, it's applicable to multiple situations. Like when we were kicking Arky and Yugi out of the Discord call in the Rocket League tournament, they applied
that clip's fucking hilarious where they slow down your voice and you say, get in the fucking game.
Okay, but Joe, can I just say why I had you high up on my list?
What? Well, you said you watch me, so that's like...
Yeah, it's... Okay, so my point of view is biased to me, though. But let me say this, though. Joe, first off, you're one of the only streamers in the world with 2 to 3 gigantic fucking YouTube channels. Like, you care way more about YouTube than you do streaming.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, I go live. I don't go live to stream. I mean, I go live to stream, but I go live saying I need to get, like, 3 YouTube segments out of this. Like, this will probably be, like, a main channel YouTube segment that I'll throw up as a video. Like... I have to get a certain amount of videos out. But you perceive it that way now. And that mode.
And they've actually gone a step further with this more recent Samtae because you go into the quick settings, there isn't even a Wi-Fi icon at all. It's like they don't want...
What do you use the fucking phone for? The calculator app? Like, what am I gonna play offline Subway Surfers on the fucking phone? What do you use the phone for? You're not fucking connected to anything. Messaging, you can't message people without fucking connectivity. Or bars.
You to even consider that the feature could...
That's the point? Well, then don't even give them phones.
...be as accessible as that. The only way to get something that even resembles Wi-Fi is this. It's called Mirai, and it needs so many details from you, including your government...
Oh, shit. So they just, like, require... Because it's too easy to just connect to something, so they restrict that, so you have to use an app that, like, tracks your Wi-Fi.
ID and an authenticated North Korean physical SIM card that it's pretty safe to assume everything you do while using it can be traced right back to you. And even with all of that, this still doesn't get you onto the internet. There's actually no way for a North Korean citizen to do that. All this can get you is access to a highly curated North Korean...
Whenever I see shit about, like, North Korean technology, I always remember, like, the videos of the Russians talking about how when North Korea sent their troops to help Russia in the war, the Russians always cited the North Korean people being, like, cripplingly addicted to, like, porn and cartoons. Like... because they've never seen it before, so it's like it was such like a culture shock for them that like their eyes were just like glued to the screen. Like the technology that they have there, like the unrestricted access to the internet's like absurd.
Intranet, where you can look at specifically government-approved TV, news, propaganda, and apps. More on that in a bit, but the key thing to know for now...
Damn, bro. Do you think there's like any apps they could use that we use? No, because it would be non-North Korean tech. I'm thinking like games, like dude, like Doodle Jump. Like you think I feel like, bro, like do you think they're like restricted from playing like Doodle Jump?
It doesn't look like it would be a great experience. The app itself tells you to expect speeds between 2 and 33 megabits per second, less than a 14th of the speeds that South Koreans are getting on their public Wi-Fi. I imagine...
Well, to be fair, doesn't South Korea also have the best Wi-Fi in the entire world? Like, by area? Like, their Wi-Fi's crazy.
The way that North Korea's leaders are seeing this is they know that the second they give their population access to the open World Wide Web, it's game over for being able to control the way they act and think. But then at the same time, they can't give the people nothing if they're trying to convince them that their country is truly superior to all others. Hence, this careful substitution of traditional Wi-Fi features for this highly traceable Wi-Fi equivalent that reinforces national pride as opposed to diluting it. But those speeds are so dated. And to be honest, everything about using both of these phones feels dated. Like, it's pretty sad that this Samtae is one of their modern flagship phones. It was only released recently in 2023 in North Korea. It was priced pretty close to $1,000, but it looked...
What North Korean citizen is fucking affording that? Like, that's what I don't understand. It has to be people that are living in, like, the capital. Like, it has to be somebody that's living in Pyongyang, because, like, the average North Korean citizen is just, like, dead broke.
Looks like a mid-range Huawei phone from 2021. Actually, let me be clear. It
has to be people that... I think they're also giving people the phones that are in, like, some sort of... Not substantial power, but they're in a position of luxury, or, I guess, they're well off enough to where, like, they would start looking for, like, tech. They would want the next thing. And if North Korea doesn't give them the next thing, then they're going to be like, okay, I'm not revolting, but... there would be some sketchy shit behind the scenes.
Looks like a mid-range Huawei phone from 2021. I'm almost getting deja vu looking at it. The way the camera module has an identical style and position. The way the body and the screen curves around in a seemingly identical...
I mean, yeah, bro, they literally probably got a Huawei and went, how do we copy this but make it fucking 10 times worse so our citizens can't fucking do anything with it?
Even this incredibly unique Huawei-style cutout around the buttons and this red line in the middle of the power key is the same. Plus, for security reasons, I've got to keep the IMEI number hidden. But when we traced it back, it does look like this phone was manufactured in China, just like Huawei phones. So I think there's two possible...
So there's Chinese companies that are making phones for North Korean people. I thought they would have had that shit in-house.
Explanations. Either this phone was actually secretly made by Huawei themselves and supplied to North Korea for them to add their software layer, or Samsung just decided, we like the look of that one, let's copy it. Because you're about to see
I would assume that's probably what it is.
this yourselves, but so much of the content on these phones is copied content already. Why not the phone design too? But also that, unlike the Huawei that this looks so similar to, this phone does have a thicker bezel and a notch, this extremely tasteless font on show throughout the whole user interface, and then the only form—
Yeah, can I say that? It's like a sad phone. Like, I wouldn't be able to guess what country it's from if you just handed me the phone, but I'd be like, this is a bad, like, this is a shitty phone. It's a sad phone. Like, the font's shitty, bro. The font's shitty. The fucking look is, like, sleek, but, bro, it looks like a fucking lithium battery. Like, it looks like I'm staring at something that would charge a fucking e-bike.
form of branding on the camera is a feebly written 64 megapixel that gives me absolutely zero reassurance it's going to be a good experience. And it is not. On the Haeyang phone, we're just getting extremely poor, grainy image quality all around. And even though there are 3 cameras on the back of this phone, there is still no ultra-wide and no zoom. So both extra cameras are just useless macro and depth cameras. A trend that, globally speaking, started to die out pretty fast after 2020. And so the idea that this thing released in 2023 with that kind of setup shows the time lag that we're operating with here. And then on the flagship Samsung, the camera is super buggy. We couldn't even get it to flip around to the rear cameras. It's also got this really unusual watermark plastered over it, which when we reverse, it spells out, please contact Heinetron. Now, I did a little digging and turns out Heinetron
Anytime you take a picture, it fucking watermarks your face.
is a small, private, China-based company who makes a lot of smartphone parts. So it kind of looks here like they've supplied some of the bits for this phone, but then North Korean Samsung has just like not paid their license fee or something. Regardless though of whether this phone is a secret Huawei collab or just a blatant ripoff, it doesn't change the fact that it is terrible value when you consider the global market. But that makes a lot of sense. With North Korea, we are talking about a very unusual market that has almost no competitive pressure. There's almost no incentive to give people cutting edge tech. And if anything, the more dated the tech, the simpler it is, and therefore the easier it is going to be to control. That would also explain why the Haeyang is still running Android 10 with seemingly no ability to update beyond that, and why Samsung is stuck on Android 11, making it 5 years worth of updates behind current Android.
I don't understand that about fucking update shit. Like, what is so bad? Is it like vulnerabilities? Like, what's so bad about not updating something that works currently? That eventually there's vulnerabilities that haven't been patched? Yeah, it's like security shit, but also probably like lag and glitches. So they're using like 5-year-old fucking software on a brand new phone.
Show you what I mean by all this copied stuff. So there is an
It'd be like running your computer today on like Windows 8.
app literally here with a Microsoft Word logo. You open it up and it gives you the option for Excel, PowerPoint, and Word. But I can assure you what you are getting here are not Microsoft apps, not even close in functionality. I would actually go as far as to say that at least 50% of the icons that you see on these phones are stripped directly.
I feel like they're unusable, dude. Video editor. There's people making fucking CapCut edits in fucking North Korea. Get the hell out of here. Theme manager, what is this?
Directly from other companies, like File Manager and Compass. Those are basically Huawei icons that are very slightly reskinned. Maps is an almost one-to-one of the Google Maps icon. This random game uses the same icon as the Mobi Office work application. But let's just zoom out for a second. Even the official Samsung wallpaper, I'm pretty sure they have literally just downloaded the wallpaper from an Honor phone and then added an 8 to it. And then if I go over here to the About Phone section, I recognize that image. That image is actually stripped straight from the promo material of the completely different looking Huawei Mate 30 Pro phone from years ago. And yet it is serving as the poster image for the Samsung.
I'm surprised they even put this much work into like making it look nice. Like, do you think that's a part of the appeal for the North Korean people? Is like they're really trying to con you into thinking this is a good phone? Because like is the average North Korean person that gets this phone like staring at this image and being like, wow, I really have the next big tech.
Taesung 8, which makes me side with the theory that this is a copy of Huawei as opposed to made by Huawei. Because if it was made by Huawei, surely the company would use an image that at least matched the design of the phone. There's a whole library of informational videos that you can buy as part of North Korea's intranet, like this one, all about the football club Arsenal. And on the face of it, you're like, oh, this is really premium, how professionally produced. But look a little closer, and you can see this is actually ripped straight from an Amazon Prime series. It's just instead of Stay in the Game, it's titled Sweat for the Win. And it's got the logo of a North Korean company plastered across the entire length of it. But there is literally no way.
Wait, and the North Korean people have to fucking pay for like a shitty cut, like rip of 480p Arsenal's Netflix, or not Netflix, Amazon Prime documentary? Like they're paying for like a 480p rip of like a shitty, like not a shitty documentary, but like a shitty version of a documentary.
That this North Korean company could have bought the license to sell this content.
Why doesn't somebody do something about this? Yeah, Zach, why doesn't Amazon fucking sue North Korea for fucking copyright infringement?
There are literally sanctions on US companies like Amazon for collaborating with them. There's games too, tons of them, but I just want to show you this football game for a second. It opens with bizarrely the same logo that we just saw on the Amazon Prime show, so it seems like this is some sort of large-scale media redistribution brand who's taking international content and making it North Korea compliant. Then we see the boot-up screen with the game's title being International Soccer League 2.0, which is just so
Is this just FIFA Mobile? Is this just a rip of FIFA Mobile? They like change all the players to like North Koreans though. It's like messy, but they just like change it. Like everybody's just reskinned just like fully. Like it's just every team's just only North Korean citizens.
interesting because this shot of Messi's face, I reverse image searched it, is not from International Soccer League 2.0, but instead a screen grab from a trailer of Japanese-made Pro Evolution Soccer. The other thing that I think is absolutely fascinating about this football game is the Asian players are missing. Like, you can select the team.
I was joking. I was fully joking. There's no way they got rid of all the Asian people if they weren't North Korean.
Team, Tottenham Hotspur, with all the correct roster as of 2022 when the game was launched.
But they're missing all the Asian people.
But with the only South Korean member of that team, Son Heung-min, not present. They just chopped him. Again, presumably to not show North Koreans that South Koreans have proper international...
Oh my god, bro, because no. Yo, they had to do that. Because if you were playing this game as a North Korean citizen, you'd be like, wait, this guy's on a fucking UK professional soccer team, and he's from fucking South Korea?
athletic careers. In fact, just the general situation with apps in North Korea is so different to what you and I are used to. The first thing that jumps out is there's just so many of them. Like, have you ever seen this?
I low-key feel like this phone emits radiation, but like not like ionizing radiation. Like this, I feel like this phone, like if you slept next to it, would probably cause some health problems.
This many apps pre-installed on a smartphone. This right here is a medicine app, but a medicine app where you can order whatever you might need for home delivery. There's maps with navigation too, although fascinatingly, it doesn't show a clear dividing line between North and South Korea, and also doesn't let you zoom any further out than the country itself. It's a little bit more advanced.
Bro, you can't see the fuck. Do you think they have a globe? Do you think they have a globe? Do you think they teach? Bro, we've seen so many documentaries about North Korea. I don't think I've ever actually asked that or, like, looked into that. Do they know what, like, the continents look like?
Than I was expecting, and
they have to. They have to.
Some ways, too.
The Earth's flat? I don't think they think the Earth's flat because there's no religion. There's no religion, and that's where, like, it kind of got phased out. There would be no reason for them to say the Earth's flat.
Like, there's a store here where you can buy things like
and there are genuine fucking scientists in North Korea. Like, dude, there's people working on, like, military high-grade, like, physics-based shit.
Smartwatches and
so they know the Earth's round.
TVs, all using an electronic wallet, and it's part of the intranet. It's also on this phone, really surprising to see. If we look past the logo that is very clearly just an NBC ripoff, this is...
It's so weird, though, that they're just, like, choosing random logos to just kind of rip for different apps.
Online gambling, with even the option.
They have this pretty chill demeanor. See if he bites me. Don't bite me.
We're baiting it. We're baiting it to bite you.
Yeah, they have this pretty chill demeanor unless they're going after prey, and prey for them is a mouse, a rat, a bird. So this guy's obviously hunting along the forest floor here right as the sun is going down, looking for something to eat.
That's so weird. He's so chill, bro. This is a wild snake that is just fucking happy to be held.
One thing that's super cool is take a look at the pits. You can see them there. So that gives him that infrared heat sensing, and then this big muscular body allows him to wrap up prey and asphyxiate them. So really beautiful. We'll just let him keep going on his way. That's so cool. Go on,
Like, he didn't defend himself. What if you started attacking him?
And while he does that, the sun is starting to set. So guys, time for headlamps as he continues to hunt, which is what he's doing right now. We'll get
this
our
snake looks like the perfect. This snake has the perfect circumference to be held by a wristwatch. I wonder where I could find
headlamps on and walk down this trail here because it is starting to get pretty dark, and the scary reptiles are starting to come out in force, which is just what we want. So throw this on the head, get all set, and just don't step on them as we keep going, guys. This is awesome. We're in for a good start. That's a good sign for the beginning of the night, that's for sure.
What is that? Just like a fucking snapping turtle? Oh, he found the snake. Then we're getting a snapping turtle. He somehow holds a wild crocodile.
Sign for the beginning.
A wild crocodile.
Of the night, that's for sure.
As the sun sets, the jungle enters a new phase as nocturnal
Where the fuck did he find that?
Predators begin to stir. The species I'm tracking is most active at night, using darkness as cover to hunt with precision. If I'm going to find it, this is the time. I only have 7 hours left, so I'm heading deeper into the jungle to look for a...
I feel like Forrest is like the prime example of a guy that really cares about animals and wants to show you it, but has to like pan into this like brain rot, like thumbnail content. Like, it doesn't annoy me, but like there's no shot he has a flight in 7 hours. Like, there's no part of me that's thinking that he's just been staying awake for 24 hours straight in the jungle, just wandering, being like, we need to catch our fucking United Airlines flight back. Like, he has a hotel to stay at.
America's deadliest predator.
Look here, look. Right here, look. There's a little spectacled caiman. I might be able to jump him.
Oh my God, this is the stupidest shit ever. As the cameraman, you're watching this, you're going, oh my God, wait, Forrest, you're gonna jump on that fucking thing?
Tommy, bring me the nooser.
Oh, okay. They have a rope. They have a rope to grab him.
This is one of Central America's biggest predators right here. Let's see if we can get our hands on him, shall we?
No way he don't see the fucking rope getting slit around his neck right now.
There we go. Hey, bud. Gotcha. Look at you. What a beautiful little caiman you are, huh? Look.
You are a fucking psychopath. Is that a prop? No, that is a real ass fucking wild caiman that he just caught. And now he's gonna hold and talk about it.
Look at this. So this guy is a beautiful...
Dude, what if he bites you, man? Oh my God.
Spectacled caiman.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Like, what if it just fucking bit his ass right there?
Is a beautiful little spectacled caiman. Whoa. Oh boy.
Oh my God. Like, that could have been so bad.
Got me there. Didn't let him wear out at all. All right, I see him. I'm gonna go get him.
Oh, you're fucking joking, dude. I feel like that's got to be a sign to stop.
It's gonna be real. Whoa! Look right next to him. There's a giant Central American snapping turtle. This place is alive with stuff. Holy crap! I don't even know what to go for first. Let's see if I can get my hands on this caiman without losing a hand. There he goes. Oh, there goes the caiman. But I got this guy. So that was insane. Went for a caiman, which we may still be able to recover. Had him in my hand, but then didn't let him wear out like you're supposed to do. He escaped, and then he led me directly to this guy. Look at this, a giant Central American snapping turtle right here.
Dude, those things bite through bone, man. Like, that would like, break your entire arm.
Look at this guy right here. How cool is this?
That is pretty cool, though.
Look at that beak on him. How awesome is this? So look at this guy right here. Big, beautiful Central American snapping turtle. The Cayman led me directly to him. Another really impressive predator. These guys are absolutely awesome, very closely related to the ones that we have in North America, of course. And the jungle just comes alive at night. And look how beautiful this big guy is. I've also just noticed that there's a snake overhead.
Oh my God, wait, that's the hissing noise?
So I'm gonna let this guy go right there and see. Oh man, he's getting up there.
No, this is like actually so scary though. Like he's just like raw encountering like 3 different deadly predators in like a 10-foot radius. Like that's how fucking packed this jungle is.
How quickly we can get up to that vine snake. Give me my hook. Look right there.
Oh.
Come here, bud.
More like a worm snake.
Huh. How's that?
What
this
is that?
Is a Mexican parrot snake. These guys are exhibiting one of my favorite defense mechanisms, which is where they hold their mouth open like that to tell you that they're gonna bite. They have a pretty bad attitude in general. I've never caught one that hasn't been bitey, and he will definitely strike here in a minute. Hooked him down out of the tree, caught him on his way down, and there we go.
That's like a snake I'd want to own. Like one like that. Like a little guy, you know? I would never want to own a fat-ass snake, but I think when people own snakes and they're like these little tiny guys, that's chill.
3 incredible reptiles.
Yeah, no, well, it wouldn't scare me. Like, I would never want to own like a big-ass snake that's like potentially dangerous.
In the span of about...
Yeah, like a corn snake.
3 minutes. I mean, that is absolutely wild. All right, you go back on your way here, pal. Up into your tree, going. Wow. What a crazy diversity in 5 minutes. I mean, literally, caiman to snapping turtle. There's another snake right there. This is insane. This is nuts. Literally, caiman to snapping turtle to green parrot snake to, I think, cat-eyed snake, and I'm in toadies, I think. Let's have a look here. Look at this guy right here.
Bro, but that makes me nervous that there's like something around here that he's not seeing that could hurt him.
Yeah, hey, buddy. You want to grab?
Like, that would freak me out so bad.
So I can jump down? There we go. Hey, buddy. Look at you. Holy crap. We've had quite the night. And you can see why these guys are called cat-eyed snakes. They have this beautiful cat-like pattern on their eye there. But look at that. Such a pretty little snake. 2 snakes in the tree. The turtle, the caiman. I feel like wherever I put this guy down, I'm going to find something else just based on how it's been going. But all that said, we haven't found what we've come looking for. We're looking for the America's deadliest predator. So we'll let this guy go. Keep going.
Bro, what are we looking for, dude? A fucking panther? Like, yeah, somebody said a jaguar spawns out of nowhere. Yeah, what are we fucking searching for? You just get mauled by an animal, dude?
Keep looking.
At what point have we found it?
And if we have to be out here all night,
it's got to be a snake, bro.
We will be. Send this guy back on his way.
There's no way.
Hang out with the other.
There's no way it's anything but a snake.
Snakes.
That is about as good as it gets in the jungle. But I'm not leaving here without another shot at that caiman. After searching for what feels like hours, I finally spot him tucked into a small pond. But because of all the plants, the noose won't work. And with only 4 hours left, that means there's only one option left.
I'm gonna have to do it the old-fashioned way.
Bro, oh my God, he's gonna pick it up with his fucking hands. Like, he could just lose his whole arm.
Which is way more dangerous. 2, 3. Got him. There he is. Okay, so there we go. Oh, look at this guy here, all tangled up. No biting, buddy, no biting. So look at this, one of the coolest crocodilians, not just in Costa Rica, but in the entire world. This is the spectacled caiman. And the reason that I know...
Hold him with one arm right now.
Undeniably that this is a spectacled caiman is his little spectacles right here. So see that bridge across the nose that connects his eye spectacles? That's where the name comes from, and they have this tremendous bony head plate. But what's cool is this is likely a young male, and the reason he was in such a shallow, clear area where he didn't have to go any deeper, any further, is probably because he was getting bullied by other males. So if you look here...
So he's a weak chud, okay. Okay, we found a sub 3 in the jungle. But he got bullied off his territory. I see.
He's covered in scars.
I understand. Yeah, he's getting bit up.
So those are probably fighting scars from males going, get out of my territory. You're not big enough to take over. And so this guy's been sort of extradited, ostracized.
And we'll give him a free chicken. And break out the chicken breast packet. Let's give him a couple.
To hanging out in this little pool right here.
Help him out a little bit.
Now, sadly for him, he's been fiddled with one more time, but we're not going to hurt him. We're just taking a look at him as we're out here enjoying the jungle. He's actually, aside from
this motherfucker, this crocodile, right, or not, the caiman's going, oh, not again.
Scars really help.
Oh. First I get bullied off my territory.
I'm trying to positively identify somebody who may or may have or may be using a fake ID. So I've got 2 names, 2 Nevada driver's licenses.
What's the most you've ever won? Online gambling or regular gambling? Most I've ever lost in a day, $2,000. Most I've ever won in a day, $2,500. I'm not like Aiden Ross, bro, or XQC. I'm not like going out there fucking throwing 100K on the table. I'll be up or down like $1,000.
Numbers and all that. If there's a chance.
You lost 8K to Jason. That doesn't count. That's not, bro, I'm saying casino gambling. Yes, okay, all time, yeah, I lost $8,000 to Jason the Weed. All right, fucking, yeah, we gotta always bring that up every other fucking day. Yes, I lost $8,000 to Jason the Weed. On a bet. It was a bet. It was gambling. Yes. Fine, sure. I lost $8,000.
So I could have you run both and see if any of them come back and maybe send me.
And the YouTube video did terrible, so I didn't make the money back.
Picture.
I did not make that money back.
Pictures in an email of what their IDs come back as.
Yep.
Huh. That is super weird. Do you see resemblance in those?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is.
But yeah, they're
Are you up or down all time? What a stupid question. Buddy, down. Down. Are you kidding me? I don't even know how much I'm down. Down. Surely. Fucking what the hell? If I go into a casino, if I gamble, there's like a 1 in 4 chance I'm going up. Like I'm leaving up. There's like a 1 in 2 I'll be up at any point, but then I'll keep gambling and lose it.
Yeah.
That's super weird. So I have a feeling these are both the same guy, but he has different IDs. That's crazy. Because their software here, they have this facial recognition software here at the Peppermill.
Why would he go through all of it? If he got trespassed for, like, cheating, I would get him having a fucking fake ID to, like, scan the system, go back into Peppermill, and keep gambling. Why the fuck would he get a fake ID so he could go gamble at a casino that he got kicked out of for fucking falling asleep? Why would anyone do that?
And he came back as a 100% match for the character who was previously trespassed.
Yeah,
So this is definitely a weird one. So I have a feeling he's somehow making some fake identification or something, but I mean, if you're pulling him up, then they're legitimate.
Yeah, they're both through the DMV at least. He's somehow able to get them.
Because it's 2 different people. Oh my God. Yo, these people should not be cops. Holy fuck. What? Yo, because it's 2 different people, bro. Yeah, dude, these are both 2 real IDs, both registered at the DMV. You can't fake that shit. If they're both at the DMV, bro, you have to fucking borderline do a blood sacrifice to get a fucking ID at a DMV. Are you kidding me? You go into a DMV, you need every fucking thing you've ever done in your entire life on a fucking pen and paper to hand that over so you can get a fucking ID.
This discovery that both Michael and Jason's IDs are legitimate, Officer Jagger calls his supervisor, once again explaining that the Peppermill's AI technology came back with a 100% match that Jason and Michael are the same person.
Then this guy that they have now detained presents a different ID with a different name, Jason Killinger, and that has a matching photo for him now. I mean, the photos are different photos, but they look like the same exact guy. The only difference is one has a chin goatee.
One has a chin goatee, bro. They look so different. They look so different, bro. You think if you shave, bro, this guy looks at least 15 years older. At least.
That both
But definitely super weird. So all of these driver's licenses are both valid. So either he is who he says he is, and he's not actually ever actually trespassed, which I doubt because their software is pretty cool. And
Yo, this guy's got fucking money into AI stocks. This guy has money in AI stock. There's no way. There's no way. Yo, the AI is pretty cool, so it can't be wrong.
And the fact that he's acting super suspicious. Two,
how is he act? The entire conversation they had, he was like, "I'm not that guy."
I just have a feeling somehow maybe he's got a hookup with the DMV where he's got 2 different driver's licenses that are registered with the Department of Motor Vehicles with different names and dates of birth. So, yeah.
Yo, he would be a criminal mastermind. If he had if he was able to register 2 different identities and have different photos of himself that he's using, like, bro, this guy would be doing other shit than fucking gambling at the Peppermill Casino.
Guess I'll arrest him on that and then just list him as a John Doe and then have him booked in for a wins check. Alrighty, well, that solves that. So you guys got a...
Well, another job well done. Time to go watch Quebble Cop AI when I get home. Came out with a new Minecraft video.
And then,
we got the statement and all that good stuff.
Statement already done. Easy peasy. So, right now, because I can't identify you, man. It's weird. Because, essentially it looks like you have 2 names. I don't know, man.
He's laughing.
So, I can't identify you. Unfortunately, that means that they can't cite you.
Officer Jagger collects Jason's things, which includes his driver's license, a Peppermill
Casino chip,
player's card in the name Jason Killinger, and a debit card from his credit union in the name of Jason Killinger.
If you can't be cited, then you are arrested. So,
all of his cards, all of his fucking debit cards and credit cards also have his actual name. Bro,
I'm arrested?
Yep, I'm going.
Yo, this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
Going to jail?
Yep.
Are you kidding me?
I'm not a joke.
And then what? He's gonna sit in jail. They're gonna fingerprint him. They're gonna be like, "Oh fuck, dude, you're right."
Man. So you'll be arrested and you'll get fingerprinted up at the jail, and then they'll be able to discern your identity and work the mix.
Oh my god, no, dude. I mean, he's a gambler, bro. He's got to be seeing money signs right now. I feel like he should be happy. He should be like, all right, yeah, let's go down there.
Up is with this stuff. I'll be 100% honest. It could legitimately be you have a doppelganger running around, but they are.
Nah, he's sitting down now. That's smirk. That's smirk.
Strikingly.
Oh my god, bro. He's like, I'm gonna call my lawyer. I gotta make sure I got his hold up. Do I have his contact still?
Similar. And enough. Their fancy AI technology that reads faces. No, it says it's a 100% match. But at this point,
you know that technology, it's pretty cool, man. Let me tell you, they showed me it. It's pretty cool.
Hands are tied because, you know, a reasonable and prudent person would, based off the software, based off the pictures, based off of even your driver's license picture, make the reasonable conclusion that all 3 are the same.
I would get the cop doing this if this guy looked like somebody, like who's a person that looks like no one else, like Danny DeVito. Like if this was Danny DeVito, you know, 4'8", 85 years old, you know, like just so recognizable, I'd go, okay. You know, I get this, him trusting the AI software. This guy could be a million other people.
In person.
Yeah, Shaq. 7 foot tall Shaq comes walking through the door.
It's 2 different IDs with 2 different
names.
names.
At the back of the IDs because I have all the endorsements except for motorcycle and hazmat.
Okay.
Other than that, I got all the endorsements.
But that's the thing is
his a CDL?
So that's the thing is it's either someone else is using your stuff or you're using somebody else's stuff, and unfortunately,
or they're just 2 different people and the AI is wrong. Oh The economics of owning a casino.
Okay, so you want to buy a casino. Find a building, hire the dealers, watch the chips come in. But here's the strange part. A casino is the only legal business in the world where math guarantees you a profit on every single dollar that walks through the door. And it's
not if I put it all on black and I hit and walk out. That won't happen, though. If I put it all on black hit, I'm not walking out. Let it ride! And then it hits fucking red.
It's also the business where
Then it's 00 green.
the smartest, richest operators on the planet keep going bankrupt anyway. By the end of this video, you'll know exactly.
Well, other casinos go bankrupt because the competition is so high. It's not because the casinos are losing money to the players. Like, even if you lose money to one player, even if you lose $1 million to one player as a Vegas casino, you have so many other customers. It's just like the competition's so crazy, and so much of gambling now happens online rather than in person that I think a lot of the successful 80s and 90s casinos just don't exist anymore because a lot of people just gamble online. And then and I just think prediction markets just fucking took an axe to a lot of casinos, man. People bet on Kalshi and like Polymarket so much.
How that's possible, how casinos actually make money on the inside, why having a mathematical edge on every bet still isn't enough to guarantee a profit, and why a casino isn't really the business most people think it is.
Yo, oh my god, oh, respectfully, what the fuck do you know? What the fuck does bro know? I go to casinos constantly. And I've witnessed a lot of that. I look into like casino earnings. I watch a lot of casino videos. I'm a gambling addict. So firsthand, I'm donating money to a lot of these casinos. So I think I like kind of get how they make money just from spending tons of hours there.
Casinos come in 3 sizes, and they're 3 completely different businesses. A small regional casino in Colorado costs $2 to $5 million. For that money, you get a few dozen slot machines, a couple of tables, a bar, and a parking lot full of locals showing up the first of every month to lose their grocery money.
Yeah, but it's not just 2 to 5 million total. Like, is that including the bankroll? Like, you have to have a lot of... To start up a casino, you can't just pay for the building, the machines, and the dealers, and then go. Right? Because, like, you're going to have days where they probably lose money. You need, like a cushion in case people win.
A mid-sized property runs you $500 million to $1 billion. Think Borgata in Atlantic City.
Oh, I know I've donated a couple G's to Borgata. Oh, I know the Borgata, buddy. I go there quite often, buddy. I know the Borgata. I walk the floor, I hit the Wheel of Fortune slot machine, go over to the Spanish 21 table, $50 minimum on a Thursday, by the way. Sit down, and I'm playing that motherfucker. Two hands on a table, and I'm losing every single hand.
Opened in 2003 for $1.1 billion. A real hotel, real restaurants.
Casinos are evil. I love casinos. In premise, are they fucked? I love casinos, though. I would never do a stake. I would never do offshore gambling sponsors. But if the Borgata came to me and they were like, we'll give you a $50K bankroll if you gamble at the MGM, I am instantly going, yes. Sure. I'll sit down and play Spanish 21 for 4 hours. And you're going to pay me? What the fuck?
Customers driving in from neighboring states. And
I'd lose it all. That day. All right, so we're going to pay you like $40K to sit down and I'd go, okay, yep, give me $40K in chips.
There's the Vegas Strip, where the price tag starts getting silly. The Cosmopolitan opened in...
And then I get really drunk. I'd go, give me a private room. Give me a private room and give me fucking a bunch of vodka pineapples. And then I'd get belligerently drunk on stream. Chat, this is the 100 that the fucking Wheel of Fortune hits. I'm telling you, this is the one.
2010.
You'd see my eyes widen. I'd start hearing and I'd just be going.
for $3.9 billion and is still the most expensive resort ever built on the Strip.
God, I love that. Oh my God, dude. The smell of cigarettes at the casino, too.
But the building...
Some old person on the monitor going, come on. They're doing 25-cent bets, by the way. They hit a jackpot for $14.
Is just the start. Two more costs nobody warns you about. The first is the license. In Vegas, around $770,000 a year. In New York, just applying costs $20 to $50 million. No guarantee. You're basically buying
$50 mil to apply for a license?
a lottery ticket where the prize is permission to spend a few more billion. The second is geopolitics. Macau in southern China is the biggest casino market on Earth. $28 billion in 2024, more than 3 times the entire Vegas Strip. But the Macau government issues exactly 6 concessions for the whole city. The next round of bidding is in 2032, or you could try North Korea. Kim Jong-un is currently looking...
Who the fuck's gambling in North Korea? His whole fucking country's impoverished. What? Is it like foreigners coming over to gamble? Who the fuck's gambling in North Korea?
...for an investor to finish the Rugyong Hotel in Pyongyang.
I also would not feel comfortable winning money in North Korea. Like, if I gambled, say I won like 10 grand in North Korea, if I cashed that out, I would be worried of my life. I would be like, I'm not getting out with this money. They are certainly keeping it.
105-floor building. They started in 1987 and somehow have not finished.
You play roulette at a North Korean. You play roulette at a North Korean casino. I bet 36. The number. I put like 5 grand on it. It hits. It hits. The fucking dealer just picks up the ball and puts it in another one and goes, "You did not win that. You did not win that, sir."
Finished in 38 years.
You're like, wait, what the fuck? Get the pit boss.
Pay for the interior, you get the casino license. Estimated cost, another $2 billion on top of the $750 million already buried in it. Even the most isolated dictatorship on the planet understands that a casino is just a foreign currency vacuum with a roof.
I call it the pit boss. Yes, Kim Jong-un. Oh my God, heart drops. It's Kim himself. What's the problem? Nothing. Sorry, it was a bad bet. It was a bad bet on my end.
Now we get to the question that actually matters. Where does the money come from?
Yeah, how do they get the money to start a casino? Like a new casino? Just investors, like private equity, like pool funds?
Every game in a casino is mathematically rigged. Not in a cheating sense. The cards are real.
Not Baccarat. Not Baccarat, technically. If you play player every time, it's a 50-50 win rate. And, you know, I mean, on Banker, though, it's like 49.5 or some shit. Like, you get less pay. So you just gotta bet player.
The wheel
That's
is
how they get the edge.
honest. The dice are clean. It's the rules that are rigged. The structure of every game guarantees that the casino wins more than the player over time.
Holy ATM that lets you withdraw 10,000 in cash.
Wins more than the player.
Holy fuck, why is she hovering? She's hovering 110K right now. Do we not know what we're trying to pull out? Are we just fucking vibe guessing?
Casino wins more than the player over time.
She just dragged her finger $100 to 10,000.
Always. The industry has a name for this. The house edge. Easiest way to picture it. Imagine you and I bet on a coin flip. Heads, you win a...
Hear it a little bit. Andrew, don't be rude. Can you give us a mid-bite review? Sorry.
I would just want it to be really spicy so I wouldn't taste it.
Those bones, bro. The fins. You gotta munch this.
Are the bones?
Oh, dude, eating the fins.
I mean...
Okay, yeah, we're getting so off topic. All right, back to the deadliest ritual.
In the morning, once the worms finally disappear, the Ratu chieftains chant their final prayers and the Pasola battles officially begin.
Bro, being a front row person in the crowd's got. Whoa! Look at this place. What? Look at the water. This place is beautiful. Sambu? What's the name of it? Or Samba?
There's people coming in from all over Sumba. There's trucks coming in. We saw horses rolling in last night, like having to travel halfway across the island just to get here on time. Teams from competing regions. And they descend from those huge thatched umas, the traditional houses that tower over just about everything here. And they form...
What is the point of a roof that large? Or not a roof, yeah, like a roofing that large. What does that do?
And they form these massive circles on the flat, open ground that's...
Smoke?
Being used for pasola for centuries. It is a gorgeous village right on the ocean here. Still really traditional, filled with these traditional graves. Some of them holding the bodies of men that have died in the exact same battles that everybody is about to watch.
They bury outside the village.
Ah, wow.
Yeah.
Because they don't want like the bad luck to come into the village.
Yeah.
So they must do it outside.
Yeah.
Now they're grandstands. People sit on them, kids climb on them, and nobody thinks
Wow, the graves. So there's people buried under these.
Twice. Guys, there are some ridiculous young kids out here today in this pasola. Like, it is crazy. This kid in front of me, he looks maybe...
That kid's battling?
Maybe 10, 12.
Normally, the Rato will go with the horse, get into the center of the arena and do some ritual praying. And then there are like circling thing with the...
All right, bro. I'm going to say right now, throwing these sticks versus whatever this guy's holding is very unfair. Dude, is this like, is this one that's in play? This is an actual fucking spear. And it looks like a steel rod. That looks just somebody chucking that at your head.
And then after that, the pasola can start.
Alright guys, we just kicked off. These guys did not waste time. Spears are flying already.
But what are the rules? How many members on a team? Are there 10 people a team? It seems like there's 30 people running out here. Oh, fuck no. Yo, look how deep he's getting on the horse, though. Oh, you get hit in the eye, you're actually blind. If you get hit in the eye, you're going to the hospital. Of course, this guy hit in the fucking head. Oh my god. Yo, you know how trained these horses have to be to not fucking start bucking? Flipped off the camera. Hey, buddy, let's settle down. Oh, wait, no, he didn't.
This thing I've come to. A ritualistic event like it's sort of supposed to be to keep the beef on the field. To really get a chance, a good score on someone to hit them, you've got to get pretty damn close with your horse.
Oh, wait, so there's score keepings off hits, but who's keeping track? Are there refs? You get points for hitting the people.
But obviously, the closer you get, the closer you are to their team, and you're going to get hit by...
This seems like one of those games that's really fun to be a part of until you get hit. This is like when you're like a kid and you go paintballing for the first time, and it's like super fun, and then you get hit in like the throat with a paintball, and you go, this sucks. This is no longer fun.
Someone else. Riders circling in and out, giving a horse the break every now and then. They chew through as much beetle nut as they can get their hands
Oh my god, I want to try beetle nut. I want to try beetle nut one time.
on. And
Every time I watch like foreign travel YouTubers, they're always like, the people here love beetle nut.
Smoking endless cigarettes, Indonesian style. Guys, those guys are eating some kind of like hardened tobacco or beetle nut. I've never seen anything like it. It's sort of like rolled up in this rope and compressed, whatever it is. And they just chew on it. Pretty impressive. So these are the kind of like...
Yeah, this is where I'd get neck sick in the fucking Indonesia Sumba region. Some local hands me a black disc and just goes, chew it. Okay. I'm just vomiting in the corner. Oh my God, that's a full armored car. I have this in GTA.
SWAT vehicles you'll see at all these events here. I mean, if you think a bunch of guys rocking around with machetes, throwing spears at each other, doesn't occasionally boil over into some pretty wild tribal violence, well, you don't know Indonesia.
Night Shark, is that the name of the car?
And so, you know, you gotta be prepared.
You can feel how
Yo,
dangerous.
that guy's got a fucking arm on him. Dude, if that hit him, I actually think he would die.
You can feel
Look at that.
how dangerous it is. Just about everyone who
Holy.
participates in these events knows somebody who has died. People have lost eyes, they've broken limbs, and there's just no way you can
Oh
make
my God, I get trampled by
an
a
event
horse.
like this truly safe.
Have you ever been injured in the Pasola?
Terluka.
Pernah luka di mana, Bang?
Di sini.
Ya.
Sini, pas di sini darah keluar darah.
A string in here, stick, and then his blood. It is blood.
How long did it take to recover?
1 minggu.
1 week.
I understand he used to compete in Pasolas. Which one?
Di Pasola Lamboya di Hobakala. In Lamboya Pasola in Hobakala.
Is that what happened to his eye?
Ya di sana.
He lost his eye in this.
Can he tell me what happened?
Terjadinya begitu, dia lempar kayu. They throw the spears and he just like, you know, just moving that.
Yep.
And then the spears not hit there, hit him like 3 times. And then the 4th times when he's like tried to move that, but it's already dead.
Came right into his eye.
Saya langsung jatuh dari kuda. Yeah, he fell from the horse's neck.
Oh.
Pada saat itu saya jatuh. So he tried to take out the spears, but it's quite hard. One of the participant also, you know, just step on his head and then took out the
What? It was lodged into his skull, and his teammate went and ripped it out of his head. I would think that he would definitively die. If I saw somebody that was on my team get a spear stuck in their eye, and I had to rip it out because he couldn't pull it out of his head, oh my God!
So the spears just like stick in his eyes.
So they had to it was so deep that they needed to put their foot on his face and pull it out. He could have died. Does he feel lucky that he didn't die?
Itu belum ajalnya. It's like he's lucky.
Yeah, but that doesn't like he compete next year, like.
Very lucky. Wow. This circle is now getting smaller and smaller. The fence has been completely defeated. I mean, it was just a couple of pieces of string. I think it was inevitable. We are slowly pushing them into this kind of like circle of death, the 2 teams closer together. More and more action, harder and harder to avoid these spears.
What? So as the game goes on, the crowd closes in, so it's like a Fortnite zone. Oh my God. Dude, they're literally zone moving in, bro. They're making the circle smaller.
And what starts out tame builds.
Oh. That had to hurt so bad, dude. Like, even if it doesn't hit you straight on, like you're getting hit in the head with a wooden stick. Full speed. Yeah, imagine Shohei Ohtani on one of these fucking horses. That'd be crazy, dude.
Kids are getting hit. Tensions are rising. Anyone who's...
Or, actually, not Shohei Ohtani. Because they kind of throw it like a javelin. Imagine they get one of those, like, world record German javelin throwers to fucking get on one of these horses. Start chucking sticks.
Kids are getting hit.
That'd be scary.
Tensions are rising. Anyone who's getting hit wants their own back.
Like, what counts as a hit? Like, if it hits him sideways, that count as a hit?
You see quickly how it works. He got nailed, but he straps his head up and he goes back right in front of the other team and sort of taunts them back, like, let's try it again. You want to get hit, you cannot show weakness, you can't show you've been beaten. In fact,
yo, that guy throws actual fucking darts.
Get that guy back.
And that's when you start to feel the genuine competition. The grudge match.
Would you compete for 10K? Yeah, if I get to wear full bubble armor. I'm gonna be real, I don't even think I could ride a horse like this. I think we're not factoring in, it's not just throwing it, like, they're on an animal right now. Like, that alone's probably one of the hardest parts of this, is that they're actively controlling a horse while they're leaning over and throwing shit at each other. Oh my god, imagine you catch it. This looks so fun though. That's the problem, dude. Like this looks dangerous, but it's like I get why they're doing it.
When one person scores a hit, the whole side of the field that scores the hit, they're going to go ballistic, and more ballistic depending upon how successful that hit was.
Oh, so there's no score.
When you hit somebody with your spear, I see like people celebrate.
Para Ken, bagaimana perasaannya Bapak?
Bos senang.
Yeah.
It feels like really proud.
Really proud.
Yeah. You see guys come off at speed. Spears hitting at awkward angles. The horses must also die in the Pasola, right? They must break legs and stuff, because I see them like fall over.
Saya belum masuk Pasola, ada yang baku tabrak kuda mati.
Yeah, the sub was also die on the Pasola.
Yeah, run into each other. Oh, that's crazy, huh? Horses sliding, slipping, breaking their legs and getting carted off the field. Don't worry.
Oh, see, that's fucked, because then they gotta kill the horse.
All that meat's getting used tonight. Are there particular riders that have beef against each other that are like looking for the Pasola to vent that anger?
Memangnya ada yang balas dendam dan.
Some is for revenge, but it's not the point.
That's not the purpose of the Pasola. Was he ever able to hit the guy who did it back or not yet?
Yeah, that's why he told it. Yeah.
Still, he's trying.
Still. Saya menasal itu tidak ada kuda. If you really like, if they have no horse, he's like,
He's bummed out. He's disappointed.
He's bummed out.
I swear, guys, sometimes two people seem to hit each other, and it just sort of depends whose tribe shouts the loudest, cheers the loudest. It sort of like takes the win, if you get what I mean.
Chat, how long do you think it would take you to learn how to be like a part of this and hold your own? I think if you gave me 3 months and every day I rode a horse, that would be the hardest part. Just learning how to ride a horse efficiently to where you could cut corners and not fall off. But it would be like 8 hours a day, every day. Oh! Oh my god!
Tempers will flare, even at the more tame events, the villages that don't have massive disputes going on outside of the field. Do they worry that it's like breaking down too much?
Yeah, they worry about like people not gonna come to Pasola because they're scared.
It's too violent now.
Too violent. Yeah. That's what they're scared.
There's just frequent separations between crowd members and participants alike. People stepping in, carting off riders who are furious about one thing or another. All right, just as it was getting a little bit heated, the rat.
Yeah, this would be. Somebody earlier was like, this should be in the U.S. This would go even worse.
From the other village
in the U.S.
Sort of headed over here, may make peace a little bit.
Like, you couldn't have a crowd.
Some army guys got involved. I think it's sorting out. We got some.
Yeah, somebody would bring a gun. I didn't want to say it, but you said it. So yeah, no, there would be. Yeah, somebody would bring a gun and shoot someone, and that would be. You hold this event in the U.S. That's how it would end.
Please walk in the middle of the field. Try and push it to the sides again.
All right, so like, when does the event end? Like, is the event over now? Because there's just like so many people in the field. Oh, he's an official telling them to back the fuck up.
It's a thick crowd. It seems like we're like an hour in. It feels like we're just getting really started now. It's really getting heated. People are really getting into the mood of it. These big waves of guys rolling.
And when you understand this island, you get why they need it. Sumba is one island. 1 million people, but it has
1 million people live on that single island?
people, but it has almost a dozen languages. Are they similar languages?
Dozen languages.
Or are they, like if you hear one of them, can you kind of understand or not really?
Not really. Not really.
Wow. So there's 1 million people living on like an island the size of like New Jersey or less. And there's 12 different natively spoken languages. How do they commute? Like, how does that society function? I never understand that. And that's like my own perspective because obviously I've grown up in the US, not like Europe where it's like in the US, the average person speaks English and that's it. Then maybe English, Spanish, or something like, you know, English, Spanish, English, and, you know, German, English, and Russian. But like most of the time it's just English. So like even in European countries,